What makes it India's time?
It's us women who are going to transform India. I truly feel that the time for Indian women has come. They're not only breaking glass ceilings, but they are redefining, whether it is in sport, whether it's in medicine, whether it's in creative arts. They are everywhere, and I have so much positive energy that comes back to me when I'm talking to Indian women. And I just think at all these little girls and boys, I don't want to discriminate, who are now in school-going age. Imagine once education, sports, we empower them. What a difference they would make not only to India but to the planet and the world. And the world needs it now than ever before.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and this is Bloomberg.
Equities positive by 1.2% on the S&P. The open about 36 minutes away. As we count you down, the trading diary looks like this. At 8 p.m. Eastern Time, New York Fed President John Williams speaks in Tokyo. On Wednesday, Fed minutes plus NVIDIA earnings after the closing bell. Thursday, another round of jobless claims. And on Friday, a read on inflation, PCE, and UMich consumer sentiment. Joining us now from the nation's capital, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Tyler, the fate of this market day today seems to be in the hands of one man. What's the schedule for that one man today?
A whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
And Davos, you were asking a question of President Trump, and he didn't quite answer the question, and he asked you a question. So the question he asked you was something like, why are you not banking certain groups? What is the answer? I don't think he gave you a chance to really answer that question, but what is the answer to that question?
Well, first off, the Bank of America has 70 million consumer customers and millions of small businesses all over the country, all over the world. And so we bank everybody. But the real question was about overregulation, frankly. And so as you look at what's happened is because the interpretations of AML, anti-money laundering, BSA, Bank Secrecy Act, KYC, know your customer's customer. There's a lot of burden upon the banking system to both report suspicious activity reports and do a lot of analysis, and we have to close accounts, so we can't tell people why we did it. And often we're told by authorities to close accounts. That creates confusion. Another area comes up in this discussion is in the crypto area where the regulator said you can't bank crypto operating companies, employees of crypto companies, et cetera. We are allowed to do, we bank everybody, but the operating company, they said that's a high-risk activity, ask us for authority, and guess what? You would have never gotten the authority. So that came up as an issue. So at the end of the day, it's about getting these regulations right.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Looking at a bit of a rebound today, 30 minutes until the start of the cash trade. I'm Matt Miller.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now.
Halla.
God dagen.
Hva tror du om dagen I dag da?
Skal vi se nå.
Opp.
Og bokslyd på det. Eller, etter meg.
Ja, tror du skal opp?
Men jeg tror det skal opp.
Ja.
Hvis det ser sånn ut.
Jeg synes det går opp hver dag, jeg, på Trumperen. Jeg ble så forbannet på fredag, jeg gadd ikke sitte der.
Ja, det fikk vi med oss. Bort vann, det var bare blåreken etter.
Hæ?
Ja, det var bare blåreken etter når du får.
Jeg ble så irritert, for det bare raste, så bare kommer han der kuken og skal holde en sånn pressemelding om at alt så bra. Da var det der gikk jeg ikke høre på. Så bare gikk. Faens tulling, ass.
Ja, det var det siste jeg hørte.
Ja, han bare bød som bare, økonomien går bedre enn ventet, og gjeldstaket blir ikke noe høyere. Altså bare kontramelding nå da. Det jo full krise på alle fronter. Og nå går ikke den der gjeldspakka han igjennom, den der skattepakka, du må forandre på den, for det gir jo faen meg 4 trillioner dollar i økt gjeld, så det vil jo kjøre USA konk. Og det plager meg at de ikke skjønte dette for 3 uker siden.
Det ikke vært noe lekere I helga heller.
Hva sa du?
Jeg sier det ble ikke noe lekere I helga heller.
Nei.
Det var ikke det.
Og så reverserte han den der 50% tariffen.
Ja. Det ikke reversert.
Tatt den på pause, den også.
Ja, men det sånn som alt andre.
Samme som kinesiske. På en søndag.
Ja.
Jeg orker ikke alt.
Ja, det var det første jeg tenkte på når jeg våkna I morges. Det var at det der gikk det helvete. Det skjønte jeg jo.
Hva sa du nå, Robert?
Story blåste kontoen I morges.
Det tror jeg hele verden opp siste på røkene. De som har prøvd å trene I hvert fall.
Jeg fikk gullet I midt I trynet.
Ja, gull tok en skikkelig turnaround nå I helgen, så jeg.
Ja, jeg fikk det midt I trynet. Jeg satt jo en lang, et godt stykke nedi her, men den gikk jo I hvert fall dobbelt så langt.
Ja, men du vet jo hvorfor det skjedde. Det fordi Trump pratet. Hadde ikke han pratet, så hadde dere fått gullen som faen.
Ja, men dere var jo klokka var 6-7 I morges, var ikke? Jeg våkna I 50 og levert, og så fikk jeg ikke sove etterpå, så jeg nå satt meg. Jeg tenkte, her må det være jævlig greit å sette en lang. Men nå hadde jeg ikke så mye å rute med, da, men det var et siste forsøk på å få litt liv I konten. Det var ikke noe krise.
Sitter du fortsatt, eller tok du den ut?
Jeg tok den ut før jeg blåste den, jo. Det vil si, han gikk ned først, og så gikk ned, og da kom jeg på 30 I margin, og så gikk han opp. Og så begynte han å gå ned igjen samtidig som Nasdaqen gikk opp. Og da hadde jeg to siste shortene dine I min andre.
Ja, for det Nasdaq gikk opp plutselig med 200 poeng, tok dem opp på...
Ja, da ble det tynt med marginer alt med, men det var ikke mange kroner der da.
Nei, det helt... Ja, jeg gir ikke si noe fremover. Jeg har sagt man skal nesten ikke trade nå når det sånn som det nå, for du kan ikke trade på makroøkonomi, du må trade på hva utspillet til Trump Det liksom, det helt uforutsigbart.
Ja,
hvis du skal trade nå sånn som det lille jeg gjør, så det så små trades at det bare sånn for å være med. Det liksom ikke noe. Det galskap å gjøre det her nå. Hvis du går lang her nå, så plutselig så kommer det med en melding nå skal du kjøre 300% toll på bæsj fra India, liksom. Og så raser det, så går det en halvtime etterpå. Nei, jeg har ombestemt meg, for jeg er bestevenn med Pakistan. Og så går det opp igjen. Det bare sånn helt tullete.
Jeg så den første duppen opp på gullet. Altså den siste turen han var oppe og testet. Men den returen den så jeg ikke for meg, altså. Så den lå jo konsolidert en stund her etter.
Ja, det blir spennende da. Nå kommer det video med tall om morgen også. Og de må levere bra tall, for å si det sånn.
Ja, så det noen inflasjonstall eller noe sånt noe uka her, ikke?
Jo, det kommer inflasjonstall I dag fra både UK og fra Tyskland. Og matprisene har steget masse. Så inflasjonen mye høyere.
Ikke noe tall fra USA.
Hvordan skal de klare å levere så bra tall når han Trump herre med? Jeg skal fortelle deg hvordan de gjør det. De kommer til å kjøre, hvis det dårlige tall, så kommer de til å kjøre fokus på vekst. Så kommer de til å si at Trump har åpnet etterspørsel I Asia og Saudi-Arabia I Midtøsten. Og da kommer Nvidia til å gå opp på guiding, som det heter. Det her jeg sier det før det skjer, det her så planlagt at du aner ikke engang. Fordi jeg tror ikke de kommer til å levere den samme hyperveksten de hadde I forrige kvartal. Så nå må de levere på guiding, eller så krasjer det fullstendig her. Og guidingen at de har lansert en billigere chip nå, og at de skal satse på Asia-markedet, som kongressen og alle var imot. Og så har da Donald Trump sagt at de kan få masse business fra Midtøsten her da. Da klarer de å holde det kunstig oppe litt til.
Ja, men en vakker dag, der skjønner jeg.
Det har prøvd å komme ned hele forrige uka.
Ja.
Det har prøvd å komme ned hver dag forrige uke. Helt til han Trump. Hver gang så prater Trump på besen. Kommer til å holde på sånn her frem til han førstepresident sin Nico. Nei, jeg tror det blir jeg tror ikke de klarer det.
They haven't been doing enough of this artificial intelligence, right? And those shares are down 22% year to date. They also have the looming threat of another 25% tariff from President Trump. What do we know?
Så Trump skal starte sånn her skal hente masse penger til selskapet sitt. Truth Social.
Impacting the investor base right now, whether it be the fact that they're late to the AI party and they're having to depend on OpenAI, which is Maker ChatGPT, managing to fulfill maybe UAE's desires to get into large language models. What is it? Are you going to be accessing it via your
Han slakta jo alle de som tjente masse penger på forrige partiet. Han gjør faen akkurat det samme selv. Nancy Pelosi skulle tas, og alle skulle tas.
By the way, Katie, while you were away last week,
you
saw OpenAI is going to do a deal with Jimmy Ive. So we thought he was
Johnny, right?
Johnny Ive, sorry.
See, I read the headlines.
We thought he was going to be at some point developing hardware for Apple, but he never.
Sånn som det her, liksom. Han kan jo basically, bare se på det. Han kan jo basically bare si, hvis markedet ramler, sånn som de gjorde her forleden, så kan han bare si, nei, jeg letter litt tariff, og så går det rett opp. Faller på dårlige nyheter, det faller på gjeld, det faller på all dritt, og så kan han bare, nei, nå skal jeg ombestemme litt på tariffen, og så går det opp, liksom. Det jo, kan ikke holde på sånn lenge. Postpones EU-tariff, altså det ikke løst en dritt, det utsatt med noen uker, liksom, måneder. Det så dumt, vet du.
Ja, og så innom ikke klaska på bare 50% tariff retur, og så la folk stendig faen.
Og så at
Så at EU kunne bare klaska på 50% rente I retur, og så gitt faen I forhandling.
Ja, det mener jeg. Det som jeg synes litt sånn spesielt også at amerikanerne skjønner ikke hva tariff for noe. Donald Trump sier at vi skal straffe kineserne med 150 tariff. Det ikke det som skjer. Det jo forbrukerne som betaler for det. Det ikke Kina som betaler for det. Kina får mindre ordrer, men han tapper lommene til folka.
least they
Det 12 liksom.
scale of margin that they can negotiate with their
Jeg tror
suppliers.
ikke folk helt skjønner hva tariff for noe.
Phone price a little bit more than competitive.
That is such a good point that, it's almost ironic in a way that, if it were all foreign-made smartphones, that could actually end up helping Apple. You have my very...
What
phone? Og nå er jeg medlem av sånn krypto...
An ancient specimen, an artifact, really. I'm never getting a new phone at this point.
It's, it's interesting that you resist. At some point, you're going to have to, right?
Now I can. I mean, I'm not price insensitive when it comes to...
But you saw Nikolai Tangen from Norway's Wealth Fund says if you don't use AI, you won't get a raise.
That actually missed me. Didn't quite rise to my level.
Mandeep, let me ask you about Salesforce.
Bevegelsen har vært fint, så han traff jo på her nede hvor han skal treffe, her. Men det er fortsatt bare piss, skal ikke opp på dårlige nyheter. Hva er sentimentet nå, Stig? Er det like mange short long? Det var det 50-51.
Nå stakk det.
Er det noe... Akkurat samme som det var på fredag. 51 mot 49. Halva Prepina. Prepina.
And Salesforce does have a history of making, large deals. So MuleSoft was another acquisition they did around data. So Data Cloud actually was their fastest growing product in the last 12 months. It has a $900 million ARR. So clearly data is where it makes sense for them to differentiate themselves. I don't think Salesforce wants to train their own large language model. So I think from that perspective, the rationale is clear.
All right, that's a good place to leave it. It's going to be a big week. We'll be seeing a lot of the both of you. Our thanks to Bloomberg Technologies, Caroline Hyde and Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence. Now coming up, Victoria Fernandez of Crossmark says that peers have shifted from downside growth risks to higher deficits and stickier inflation. We'll see that next. And then later this hour, an exclusive interview with Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin. All that and more coming up. This is Open Interest.
Fikk oppdatering fra Tesla-salgene i Europa nå da. Nå er faen meg ned med over 50%. Det er helt katastrofe. Jeg driver og speed-kopper i middagen. Det er ikke ofte. Så det går litt lang siden opp nå, men jeg tror vi skal mer opp. Det skal opp hver dag, Stig. Vi skal ikke falle på dårlige nyheter, for Trump redder oss. Hvis det er gjeld, så sier Trump, det er ikke gjeld. Hvis det kommer profit-warning fra et selskap, så sier Trump, ikke tenk på det, for vi har tariff. Hvis tariffen går til helvete, så sier han, ikke tenk på det, for vi har tariff mot Kina. Hvis tariffen går til helvete med Kina, ikke tenk på det, for vi har Europa. Hvis det gjør til helvete, så sier han, det gjør ingenting, for å være den største økonomi. Han er en jævla klovn.
Basically going to vault this region into the same sort of sphere as the US and China.
No one covers geopolitics like Bloomberg.
In case you missed it on Balance of Power.
If we're going to get all this revenue from tariffs, why would the president be pushing for higher taxes on anybody? Because our understanding is for the wealthy, he's looking at a new rate of 39.6%, and I thought the Republican Party didn't stand for that kind of thing.
Well, you realize that the tariff revenues doesn't count toward the reconciliation numbers. Don't ask why. I can't understand why. We're running it like 20...
Står det 96, venter litt til, for nå kommer en video med tall som holder oss oppe. Jeg har begynt å trelle litt gul nå så smått, så bare venter litt til.
President's trying to make sure he gets no tax on tips, no tax on
Video
overtime,
ute,
no tax on
og
social security. And he
så
says, look, the richest...
Hva faen er det der for noe?
Remember, he cut it from 39.6 to 37. So if he just goes back to last time, I'm in favor of that. I think it's smart.
Det lurer jeg på. Hva faen er det der?
Det var kylling og grønnsaker. Så litt godt ut. Fisk.
Skjer ikke kylling av det?
Fisk da. Det er fengselsmat. Nei, det var ikke det.
Fisk og kjøtt med mat.
Det er kylling.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
Så her. Åpne snart. Åpne snart.
Sier vel pang og rett opp, tenker jeg.
Ja. Nå har vi gått opp noe helt jævlig når det var stengt på fredag.
Ja.
Hvilke dager i dag?
Hva sa du nå?
Nei, vi har gått opp, vi var stengt i går, så vi har gått opp jævla mye uansett.
Den startet vel på... Ja, det cirka 21,241. Så det har ikke gått opp noe mye.
Når har du stengt det på fredag? På fredag så stengte det på under 20 000...
Nei, på fredagen, sa du.
Ja, på fredag så stengte det på 20 000...
Der skal vi ha...
900, eller?
Det vet jeg, skal vi se. Der har vi galt, det skal vi se.
Se her da. Private.
Der stengt de på 28,82.
Se her. Private equity fundraising slows. Altså hele økonomien på vent, liksom. Det skal ikke opp på det. Det var piss. Vi var på 20.982, hva det sa?
20.822, sa ikke jeg? Skal vi se en gang til. Nei, det et annet stek. Der, close. 20.882, ja.
Da er vi opp over 300 poeng da, siden sist USA var oppe. Det ganske mye nå.
Ja, på
400 poeng opp nesten, på piss. Bare på at Trump reverserte tariffen, liksom, eller satt den på pause. Det jo bare joke, dette her.
Ja, det må nå være det som er gjort. Jeg kan ikke forstå noe.
Hva sa du?
Jeg sier, det må nå være det som er årsaken, skal du si, sammen med at gullet ned også.
Det klart det det. Det derfor. Trump reverserte, tok pause på tariffen på 50%, og så gikk futurene opp med 500 poeng, bare på grunn av han sa det.
Men var ikke det der klart på fredagen før stengetid?
Nei. På fredag så sa han basically fuck Apple.
Ja, riktig.
Der det 25% tariff, sa han. Og så sa han etterpå fuck Europa. Jeg skal gi dere 50% tariff. Og så bare bang. Og så på søndag så kom det melding helt ut av det blå. For han pratet med Ursula på ECB, holdt jeg på å si, Eurozonen. Og da har han sagt at nei, de enige om at de skulle utsette tariffen litt, og komme til en enighet. Og da gikk futuren opp med 500 poeng på søndag natt. Så gikk markedet, future-markedet i går, gikk jo helt i taket på det. Da så man vekk fra all gjeldsproblematikken, man så vekk fra rentene, man så vekk fra svakere dollar, man så vekk fra at Japan har blitt nedgradert, man så vekk fra alt annet enn kun at han ombestemte seg på tariff. Og det i et sånn normalt marked hadde aldri skjedd. Det hadde ikke fungert igjen.
Ja, så fikk vi vel først svekkelse på dollaren på fredag, og så gikk vi litt opp her nå på hvert fall på morgenen i dag.
Stig tror teknisk at vi så opp til 21.365, så det bare å kjøpe. Og litt av grunnen til at Tyskland gikk i dag fordi Rheinmetall går som faen nå, og SAP på grunn av Tyskland har sagt ja til at Ukraina kan fyre av sånne langdistansedroner eller missiler mot Russland. Så det ble godkjent i dag. Og da har Tyskland gått som faen på det. Og et normalt marked, når man redd for at det skal komme krig, så pleier det å falle. Men akkurat nå, så driter vi i det. Vi tenker bare på tariffen med Trump. Vi tenker ikke på krig. Vi tenker ikke på at Kina matt ruster opp videre mot Taiwan. Det ingen som bryr seg om. Det helt galt, Mathias.
curve right
Det
now.
faen meg pågående krig mot Ukraina, liksom. Hvor vil viruset ikke komme? Det helt spredt. Norge har faen meg puttet opp, jeg vet ikke hvor mange, over 100, jeg tror neste pakke er oppe 130 milliarder eller sånn. Det er sånn helt hinsides. Har du satt en lunge alt? Vurderer å gjøre det nå snart, Priklina?
And then you have the economic data that is still coming hot and heavy. What is the biggest driver right now, Victoria?
Det er bare go.
Jeg får ikke følge med det, eller en gang jeg måtte avføre deg i morges.
Du tok gull, da.
Ja. Gjorde det, gitt.
That's driving a lot of what we're seeing. You've seen this kind of split between the dollar, what's happening with the dollar, and what's happening with 10-year and 30-year yields, starting back in...
Nå begynner renten å stige også videre her. Jeg har en veldig bra side som dere kan se på, hvis dere skal få med dere her. Så her. Der har du en... Her kan du se rentene på markedet.
Ja,
ganske live, mye av det.
Har du den selv?
Du har den, eller?
Jeg har den.
Ja, ok. Ja.
On those companies as well and flow through to the equity market. So a lot of different moving parts working together to kind of pull the picture together. And I think we'll keep watch and see what the new headlines say around tariffs, around debt, and around spreads.
Åpner opp om 10 minutter.
With Victoria, Tom Barkin of the Richmond Fed in just a few minutes. And I was just wondering, what do you want to know?
Normalt sett så skjer ikke så mye på mandag, da. Det er litt volum også.
I think everyone wants to know when the Fed thinks that they're going to be able to have clarity and make a decision.
Ja, jeg rekker en røyk i sola.
I want to say maybe it was Bostic last week that said, look, it's going to take 3 to 6 months after we see clarity on tariffs for the Fed to have clarity in the moves they want to make. That puts us, say we get clarity on tariffs at the end of the first 90 days, which puts us, what, early July? That already puts us into October at the earliest for the Fed to make a decision. So it is pushing its hold time further and further out this year, and that's going to have to start getting priced out of the market more and more, which means yields, as we talked about a minute ago, will continue to go higher. So I would really like to know what the Fed is watching in order to gain that clarity that then will allow them to make their decisions.
Yeah, that's the question, right? When is enough enough? When do we have enough clarity? We'll try to get some answers. Our thanks to Crossmark's Victoria Fernandez. Now, coming up at the Open, as we were just talking about, an exclusive interview with Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin as officials seek clarity on Trump's trade policy. This is Open Interest.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
U.S. tech is influencing global markets.
Technology is driving business across Europe.
Companies in Asia are betting on tech.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Welcome back to Open Interest. Here's the setup as we count down to the opening bell. You can see the S&P 500 up about 1.3% in the pre-market. Some back and forth when it comes to trade policy with the EU, maybe providing a little bit of a lift here. Of course, the S&P 500 actually fell last week by more than 2%, so a little bit of a bounce back right now, Matt Miller.
All right, yeah, we do have a bounce, although it was a big drop last week. In terms of some of the movers, individual movers this morning, Trump Media is on our radar announcing a $2.5 billion move to create a Bitcoin treasury, and you can see the shares up 4%.
We're also keeping an eye on PDD. Pinduoduo reported the lowest adjusted operating margin in 3 years. Of course, those tariffs hitting that stock hard, down 17%.
And nuclear stocks like Centrus Energy extending gains after Trump's order to revive the industry. We saw them soar last week, and they continue to rise today. Less than 4 minutes until the opening bell. Up next, Tom Bargan.
Hæ? Å, nå datt det litt der. Skulle faen bare mangle. Jævla drittmarked. Oi, helvete datt da. Skal man kjøpe en liten av, eller? For det kommer alt opp.
Geopolitical volatility emanating from the United States perhaps undermine the bull case for next scenario you've plotted out?
Structurally speaking, we do still have a very positive view in Mexico. On the macro side, it is a very attractive investment geography for the US.
Hvis jeg hadde kjøpt, så er det bare fordi det går opp hver dag. Det har ingenting med noe annet å gjøre.
So why would the US companies not take advantage of that?
And this structural cost advantage is going to lead Mexico to continue to contribute
altså ned til
21 the value chains, the supply chains are so integrated that Mexico has to play a continuing role.
Jeg tror ikke folk helt skjønner alvoriteten som har skjedd nå.
And US is growing very healthily, very nicely. It will benefit Mexico. This way or that way, it will benefit Mexico.
Mexico for BBVA is, a source of resiliency of earnings, and it generates a complementary diversification that we have from the footprint. But there's another topic that is very important, which sometimes we don't focus a lot about, and why we're so convinced that Mexico is going to continue to do well, which is the leverage in the country. Because the leverage in the country is only 33%. And when you've seen Mexico grow and BBVA grow in Mexico, structurally speaking, the leverage is so low that just a little bit of growth in the leverage is going to be able to support that bull case in Mexico. So that's why we're structurally positive in Mexico.
Our global headquarters in New York, I'm Danny Berger. Welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute tech news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow in Las Vegas, and this is Bloomberg.
We are moments away from the start of trading on this Tuesday morning after a long weekend. We had a drop of more than 2% in equities last week. It was the worst week since April 2nd, and yields rose for a fourth straight week. Those two things looked set to turn around this morning. You see S&P futures up 1.2%. We welcome our TV and radio audience worldwide. I'm Matt Miller alongside Katie Greifeld and Michael McKee, Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent. He is joining us now because we have an exclusive interview with the Richmond Fed President, Tom Barkin. Tom, great to have you on the program. Thank you so much for joining us. I have to start with the biggest question, which is in terms of the data. We've heard from Bostic and Kashkari that this data from Trump's trade war hasn't really told us all that we need to know quite yet, and maybe it won't until September. What are you seeing in your district?
Well, I'll agree with you that the published data shows an economy very much on the same trajectory that we've been on for the last year or two. Low unemployment, inflation settling toward target. There's a lot of questions about what happens when these tariffs are imposed, but you know how it is. There's a bunch of companies that advance ordered their product. They may have warned about price increases, but they haven't yet passed on the prices. The customers may accept the price increases, or they may not. So we'll just have to see how it plays out. I've been describing this when I'm talking to businesses, which you know I do every day. I've been describing this as driving through fog. It's just very hard to drive when it's really foggy, and businesses are afraid to accelerate because they don't know what's around the next curve. And they're also afraid to put on the gas because you don't want someone crashing into you. And so, by and large, they're pulling over and putting on the hazards.
Well, to that point that you're constantly speaking to businesses, is anyone making big investments at this point or hiring decisions? From your conversations, do you get the sense that firms are close to announcing layoffs?
Well, so on the hiring side, you're definitely not seeing that. Lots of hiring freezes, of lots of deferred hiring, and you see that in the data as well. In terms of investment decisions, investment moves that were already underway seem to be continuing. I've heard very few cancellations. But some of the big things that you might expect to happen when the terms of trade change, I think people are still waiting to get whatever they think is final. In terms of layoffs, you clearly hear and see about it in the government sector and in those sectors related to government spending. But outside of that, I just think people have the hazards on.
How long are companies telling you they can hold out before they have to make some sort of decision as to whether to go ahead and invest or to cancel plans?
Sier at økonomien er som har vært de siste 4
årene. People are pretty patient on the investment. A lot of these are growth investments, and they're waiting to see what the terms are. If you're thinking of building a new facility somewhere, you kind of want to know what the rules are before you build it. And so I think there's a lot going in there. I also don't think there's much case for canceling. Nothing's really changed in the economic environment. You just have policy uncertainty, and I think people are just going to wait policy uncertainty out. They do think there's a light at the end of the tunnel, that there will be some certainty, whether it's the tax bill or some of the trade terms, but I think they're just waiting it out.
Hey, Tom, I was on Saturday, I went down to Fredericksburg to purchase a used motorcycle, and I drove it all the way back here to New York through much of your district, I imagine, through Washington, D.C., of course. And I was thinking about DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. The cuts that DOGE made, have they had any specific impact on the companies, on the constituents in your district?
Well, first of all, congratulations on making it through the Fredericksburg to DC 95 district. That's a place that I travel a lot, and it's not very easy to travel in. There's no question that what we're seeing happen in terms of government spending cuts is affecting, especially the DC metro area part of my district. You see it in both announced job losses. If you look at Challenger job announcements in February and March, they were quite significant, particularly government side. We see it in the week-to-week government spending numbers, in retail spending, particularly discretionary retail spending in the DC metro area. Job postings are down about a third. We're even seeing listings come up in the residential real estate area. So you're definitely seeing that impact in DC metro.
I also want to get your opinion on what's going on with the relationship between hard and soft data. It's something that we talk about on the show quite frequently because you have the soft data suggesting that things look a lot more stagflationary than the hard data actually shows. And I'm wondering whether the sentiment data, the survey data that we receive, is still a reliable indicator of what the hard data will eventually reflect.
Well, I separate business and consumer sentiment on that. I think business sentiment is a very good indicator of what you're seeing. And what you're seeing in the business sentiment is the surge of optimism that came anticipating.
Nå kommer Trump til å si noe snart, for nå går det feil vei for.
And you see hesitancy to invest, hesitancy to hire, and that's the same thing you're seeing, you know, as you talk to businesses. And so I think that's very consistent. By the way, we saw the same thing in 2019, and I think it played out in a very similar way. Consumer sentiment, which historically has been strongly correlated with consumer spending, has not seemed to be for the last 2 or 3 years. I think that's pretty simple. Inflation is a big bugaboo in people's minds. As you know, everybody hates inflation. And the prospect of inflation drives sentiment down significantly. And, you know, in today's always-on media environment, where people look at notifications all day long, the notifications they're seeing are tariffs, inflation, and they're anticipating that. You can see that in terms of the consumer sentiments expected inflation 5 or 10 year, 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, whatever. And that takes sentiment down. There's no evidence yet that that inflation-driven drop in sentiment drop spending, and nothing I'm seeing in the real-time spending data suggests that spending is dropping. But that's why I say there's the disconnect on the consumer side. Sentiment seems very clearly moving things on the business side, less clear on the consumer side.
Tariffs, as you mentioned, is what we've been talking about for some months. But now, the budget bill on the horizon, the fiscal side of it. What are people telling you in your district, and you have a lot of rural areas as well, about the potential effects on the economy from the bill? Some see stimulus from no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Maybe that's an inflation problem going forward. And others say maybe there's a going forward because people are losing income from Medicaid and other cuts. How do you see that affecting the economy?
Well, I was in rural Virginia, as I was telling you earlier last week, and we had a lot of conversations about housing policy. I don't think this has reached the level of much focus in the small towns, at least in my district. I think people are focused on the basics.
Endelig en fornuftig mann som prater på Bloomberg, en av de største gutta ved Fed. People are waiting out policy uncertainty. Det har sagt nå i faen meg 3 uker.
And I think people are just waiting to see where Washington
går ikke an å holde på det tullet her.
We had a drop in GDP that surprised me last quarter. I talked to the experts here at Bloomberg about it, and they told me that's okay. It's because we were pulling forward so much ahead of President Trump's tariffs. And now that he's pushing those tariff dates back, I wonder if you think companies and consumers are going to continue to pull forward and bring so many imports in that we get another big drop in GDP. Tom, could we have a technical recession because of this?
Well, so the businesses who are facing these tariffs go in one of 2 directions. There's some people who pull forward, and you certainly saw that in pharmaceuticals in the first quarter, stockpile inventories in advance of tariffs. But there's another set that are actually pulling back and saying, and we saw that in China, if you look at the shipments out of China, out of the ports, and they're saying, look, I'm not taking this till I see where it goes. Now we've got a different tariff regime in China for some period of time. We're not yet seeing much movement in terms of shipments out of China. It, I think, takes a few weeks to get that going. And I just think we're going to see some back and forth on this this quarter, next quarter, and we just have to get the other side of it. Again, it's part of why I say there's so much fog here, because you might say we had a great consumer spending month in March because auto sales boomed, or you might say that people bought their cars before they saw price increases.
Well, as we wrap this up, when you look forward, which part of the mandate do you think will see an effect first, on the inflation side or the employment side?
I'm more balanced than a lot of what you read. I could describe to you how some of these forces like tariffs might be inflationary. I can describe to you how other forces like lower gas prices might be disinflationary. I could describe to you how less government spending might be less employment, and that has issues on the employment side. I can also describe to you how people who haven't hired for 18 months, if spending continues, might need to start hiring. And so, I'm waiting to see what happens.
All right, a great conversation to start this week. Our big thanks to Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin and Bloomberg's Michael McKee. Meanwhile, let's get back to these equity markets and take a look at the breadth right now because, boy, there is a lot of movement to the upside on the S&P 500. If you take a look at the breakdown of this rally right now, you can see we have nearly 450 names in the green on the S&P 500 to start this week. Just 53 moving to the downside right now. That's pushing the index up after a brutal week last week. And here are the companies doing all the work. You have NVIDIA higher by about 2%. That is your biggest points contributor to the index, as you might imagine. But you also have Microsoft, Apple, Tesla, Broadcom really helping this rally to gain momentum right now. On the downside, you do have some earnings names. I want to highlight AutoZone, for example, delivering a disappointing report this morning. You can see that's falling. Salesforce falling with, of course, that M&A deal announced. We'll get to that in just a bit, and Progressive as well. But let's take a look at the sectors right now, because I was talking about good breadth, and you can see it very clearly when you take a look at all 11 sectors in the S&P 500 higher right now. As you might expect, you have big tech up at the top, up 1.6%, green all the way down. But again, NVIDIA putting in the work ahead of earnings tomorrow. Matt Miller.
I can't believe AutoZone was disappointing. I was just in there buying a new pair of C-clip pliers last weekend.
There you go.
All right, well, I guess I didn't move the dial. Coming up, we're going to take a look at NVIDIA's earnings. They're tomorrow. Don't worry, you haven't missed anything yet. It's the world's most valuable chip maker, and reports after the bell on Wednesday. That's next on Bloomberg Open Interest.
Hvis du tar imot der nede på 21, en 17,20, så kjøper den inn igjen. Jeg solgte nettopp. Tesla har levert på de verste tallene i Europa siden ever, opp 4%. Slå deg nå.
The president of the United States does
Tesla
say
bra
he
bil.
wants to keep a more
Bra
mutually
kjøre.
beneficial trade balance with these countries. What
Bra
do you
kjøre.
think Egypt and Kenya and some of these others
Kan ikke kjøre Tesla opp i Namsos her, vet du, så du får jo nazi-flagg foran og bak.
Såpass.
No, it's tough. I mean, there is the commodity side, there is the...
Det litt spesielt da. Tesla sales plunges in Europe med over 53%, og så opp 4% på børsen.
Exports, 30% of all the textile exports to America come from China. In 2023, it's something like $40 billion. And whatever the tariff rate ends up being on China, it's going to be a lot higher than it is on Africa. So there might be scope for African countries to say, well, let's move those textile factories.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets?
Jobber fælt på nivåene her da.
Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections.
I et normalt marked så skal du kjøpe en ny.
And the rise in cores conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg. Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
It's the most fascinating time for the global economy in years, and our conversations are front and center.
We're stress testing consequential ideas, and investors around the world are scoring them in real time, helping to translate the policies from Washington into actionable ideas for Wall Street.
It's the morning call you actually want to be a part of.
Separating the signal from the noise, with some fun along the way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
All right, it's time now for Top Calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, spam maker Hormel getting upgraded over at BNP Paribas Exane. The firm says that a favorable turkey market is a tailwind for the canned meat manufacturer. And I read that sentence a couple of times because that sounds quite icky. Next up, we have Southwest getting upgraded over at Jefferies thanks to cuts to underperforming cities and the carrier's progress in maximizing revenue per square foot. And finally, we have CoreWeave getting its first downgrade since its IPO. Barclays is cutting the stock, with the analyst saying that he's optimistic long-term, but the short-term upside is limited. Shares still up about 11.5% though, Matt.
They have absolutely
that Haverford influence, as you know well.
Yes, you know, anything related to Haverford seems to be doing very well this year. All right, tomorrow is arguably the biggest day of this earnings season. NVIDIA will report earnings after the bell. It'll be a key bellwether, maybe the key bellwether as investors gauge AI demand. Is there anything else? I guess not. Joining us now is Bloomberg Technology co-host Ed Ludlow. Ed, it's all about NVIDIA. I can't really overstate that, can I?
No, you can't. It's almost like a macro level event, right? For literal reasons, because of its weighting on indexes, but just because of how much of a monopoly it has in the market for the technology that powers AI. But what's interesting this time around is top line growth of 65% is still astonishing, unless you go back 1 year when they were growing at 250% a quarter in the data center business. And there are lots of questions we have, particularly about China. They had this chip called the H20, which was specifically designed for the Chinese market. It was lower power in order to conform with US technology export rules. And in the quarter, including the period in April, they did a $5.5 billion write-down. We know about the write-down, but you have to then do the math on revenue lost, basically, in the period gone and the current period, and what kind of big picture future NVIDIA sees for China, because it was the most important market in the world for data centers, and now maybe not so much.
And I'm reading the room here, and I get the sense that Matt is tired about talking about NVIDIA. So I'm going to move on. I'm going to talk about Tesla, because Tesla, we did get some news out of the EV maker this morning, and it was bad news, actually, that their European sales slumped by 49%. You wouldn't know it by looking at the shares this morning, up about 4% right now. It feels like in some ways it's become disconnected, this stock, from the fundamentals.
Share move really weird, not only because it's almost 50% sales slowing decline in Europe in a market that's growing is unusual, but also if you look at what's happening in China, BYD very heavily cutting prices across many models, something that many domestic makers are doing in China. You have to ask the question if Tesla follows suit, right? Because they follow the same logics and strategies in that market that the domestic names do. So I haven't a good answer as to why the stock's buoyant, other than perhaps the commentary from Elon Musk in the latest earnings call and part of our discussion with him last week at the Qatar Economic Forum. Maybe these European pieces of bad news were baked in, maybe.
He called out humanoid robots, which we continue to just skip over and pass by. I can understand why no one cares, but does no one care, Ed?
No, people care, particularly if you're in the group of sort of category of retail shareholder, Tesla owner, Elon Musk supporter and fan. And this is the dynamic, right? If you go on ANR on the Bloomberg terminal and you look at, with respect, the sell-side analysts that cover Tesla, many of them are sort of legacy automotive industry analysts. But there's the school of thought that you don't even model this company as a car company anymore. Just forget the car business. Because Elon Musk keeps telling us it's a future where they're an AI company with the biggest addressable market and volume of sales being humanoid robots powered by that work in software. That's one way to look at it. And so if you're modeling it, as Katie says, on the fundamentals of a business selling EVs to consumers,
prissing i signallinja, og så går momentum opp i
Ed, thanks very much, and we look forward to your program, Bloomberg Technology, at 11 a.m., so an hour and 10 more minutes. I'm not tired of NVIDIA.
It's okay if you are.
It's just that, I mean, I know that we want to drumbeat to these things, and we're going to preview them, but the earnings don't come out until after the bell tomorrow.
I know, so get ready for more drum beating tomorrow at this time. But I do think that Ed made a really interesting point when it comes to the humanoid robots, your point that no one cares. Retail investors care, but I think when it comes to I don't know, the big money managers? I mean, how do you value that? How do you price that in?
But retail investors are the reason that this is a $1 trillion, $1.1 trillion stock.
Yes.
So we can go on about declining auto sales. Obviously, no one cares, right? I mean, it doesn't. No, this is not a car company valuation. All right.
Han sier at Tesla-prisen helt på trynet. Det ikke noe bilselskap, sier han. Han har jo helt rett, da.
Ja, takk.
Ja, det ikke bil, det
Ja, det var helt sikkert.
Johannes, det helt fair på grunn av tariffen. Kommer til å bli justert opp igjen, tenker jeg, på nyere. Fortsatt masse aktivitet i markedet. Men det brems nå da, på grunn av alt som har skjedd med tariffen og sånt. Men, ja.
Up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at the Forbidden City in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
David Weston, join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week, telling stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. Each week, we'll go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
Above all else, it's a mission.
It's done nothing but grow immensely. To me, that's an extraordinary sign.
We can be the change that we want to see.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Versace in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Quick check on what's going on in stocks. A big rebound from a bad week. Right now, the S&P 500 up 1.2%. I believe for the week it was down 2.7%. So we're gaining back less than half of what we lost, but that was obviously over 5 trading days. The NASDAQ is gaining more as NVIDIA is the great hope to continue driving this market. We do see in terms of that stock, it's up 2% right now, and Apple also a gainer today. So those are 2 of the 3 biggest stocks in the world rising and helping to buoy the index. P. Diddy Holdings is down almost 20% right now after, I guess there's a Temu issue there. AutoZone, same-store sales missed by like a full percentage point, down 9% and change. Salesforce making a big deal that we're going to talk about in a second, and it involves Informatica, which CRM is buying, Katie, for $8 billion.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see Salesforce shares a little bit higher on the heels of that news. One of its biggest acquisitions, an $8 billion deal. Let's break it down now with Liana Baker. She leads M&A coverage for Bloomberg News. She broke news of this deal last week that we could expect to see it this week. So let's discuss now. This one is an interesting one because these 2 companies were in talks not too far ago, and now it seems like they're finally going to put this over the finish line.
What we say in M&A circles is that no deal ever dies. We saw this with Google Wiz a little while ago, and when companies get close to the finish line on deals and they don't happen for whatever reason, we always expect them perhaps to come back. What's interesting here for Salesforce is that it's its first big acquisition since it was in the crosshairs of activist investors a few years back who were actually criticizing Salesforce for their acquisition strategy. So they've sort of taken a breather, done some smaller tuck-ins, but now they're back in a big way. But they're saving about $2 billion from when they last spoke.
What does this company do? Salesforce, I guess, is also trying to cash in on this AI I don't want to say craze because it's going to be the way we live from now on. Right?
From what I read, Informatica. its AI agent business. Informatica is a long-time company that I've known. They're originally in the middleware space.
Men det stopper helt opp her. Det rører ikke på seg her.
The IPO in 2021. So they've sort of been around the block,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
They help with
Vi
data
på
management.
8 minutter nå, så har vi stått stille. På samme kursen i 8 minutter.
Sort of roll out more of these AI features, and it's Mark Benioff's way of, coming back to the M&A market, which we'll have to see.
Talk to us about potential regulatory concerns here. That's still, even under the same administration, is very much a thing. And think about the potential overlaps here. It's not insignificant.
Salesforce owns a business called MuleSoft, which they bought also a couple years ago, which competes with this company, Informatica. So we'll see how regulators look at this one. It's always high profile with Salesforce, but it's hard to say if it's a litmus test for regulators. But obviously, any deal with a big price, with a well-known buyer, we'll be watching to see, how regulators decide whether it could go through.
All right, Leanna, thanks so much for joining us. Leanna Baker runs our deals team here on the BN side. Coming up in the next hour, RBC's Amy Wu Silverman joins us on Wall Street's hesitation to buy the dip. We will also pepper her with questions about NVIDIA. Plus, Jay Hatfield argues we will not see a U.S. recession due to his rule on housing starts, and we're going to ask him about rates as well. Remember, he had a bullish forecast, but it was predicated on 3.5% 10-year yields.
Right, yeah, which it certainly feels like we're far away from that right now. The 10-year yield hanging out around 4.5%. It feels like it was close to there when I left.
Yeah, well, it rose a little, but maybe there's more demand for long-term debt. Today, this is Open Interest.
Ja, jeg har lagt ut chart på tekniske analyser.
På Nasdaq?
PCC.
Ja.
Jeg har lagt på Fibonacci på den.
Faen, han stiger han til jobb, eller?
Nei, han er noe nede. Skriv nå denne gangen.
Davos, you were asking a question of President Trump, and he didn't quite answer the question, and he asked you a question. So the question he asked you was something like, why are you not banking certain groups? What is the answer? I don't think he gave you a chance to really answer that question, but what is the answer to that question?
Well, first off, the Bank of America has 70 million consumer customers and millions of small businesses all over the country, all over the world. And so we bank everybody. But the real question was about overregulation, frankly. And so as you look, what's happened is because the interpretations of AML, Anti-Money Laundering, BSA, Bank Secrecy Act, KYC, know your customer's customer. There's a lot of burden upon the banking system to both report suspicious activity reports and do a lot of analysis. And we have to close accounts, so we can't tell people why we did it. And often we're told by authorities to close accounts. That creates confusion. Another area that comes up in this discussion is in the crypto area where the regulator said you can't bank crypto operating companies, et cetera. We are allowed to do, we bank everybody, but the operating company, they said that's a high-risk activity. Ask us for authority, and guess what? You would have never gotten authority. So that came up as an issue. So at the end of the day, it's about getting these regulations right.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
En video som poppet opp her med 0,5% der, rett opp.
News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Another financial hit for Harvard. A senior Trump administration official tells CBS News a letter is going out to federal agencies directing them to cancel all remaining contracts with the university. They're estimating about $100 million.
On NPR, Harvard President Alan Garber called the administration's measures
perplexing.
And he says cutting research funding
does not help the country, even as it punishes Harvard. And it's hard to see the link between that and, say, anti-Semitism.
He said Harvard, along with other institutions,
Ja, de är inte aktivert ännu.
To the good of the nation and the world. And I know my fellow leaders fully embrace that.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
It comes a day after the president said he was considering taking billions of dollars in additional grant money from Harvard and redistributing it to trade schools. We just learned National Public Radio and 3 local stations have filed a lawsuit against President Trump, claiming his executive order to end federal funding violates the First Amendment. On Wall Street, stocks are rallying after Mr. Trump said he would delay 50% tariffs on the EU to allow more negotiating time. The Dow is up 398 points right now. Search is on for an ex-law enforcement official after he apparently walked out of a prison in the South Sunday. CBS's Katie Weiss.
Police in Arkansas are searching for 56-year-old Grant Hardin, a former police chief who escaped from prison where he was serving a decades-long sentence for rape and murder. Hardin escaped from the prison Sunday through a sally port, wearing an outfit designed to look like he was a member of law enforcement.
We're looking into now how that was made, how that was acquired, and how he was able to get outside the gates with that on.
Police in Liverpool, England are trying to find out why a driver plowed a minivan into a crowd of people celebrating the winner of the country's premier soccer league championship. This man was there.
Suddenly the car reversed and there was a loud bang as it connected with the ambulance behind it, and then all of a sudden the car accelerated and shot off through the crowd, and at that point the atmosphere changed so quite drastically, and what had been a day of joy and celebration just turned into horror and panic.
Officials have ruled out terrorism. A former employee of Sean Combs could take the stand at his sex trafficking and racketeering trial. CBS's Katrina Kaufman from New York.
Today we are expecting to hear from Capricorn Clark, one of Sean Combs' former assistants, but she also worked her way up to being an executive at his company.
She once called Combs the devil. NASDAQ's up 286. This is CBS News.
Motstånd oppi her nå.
Men en video den kan gå litt i dag, altså.
A new way to get your daily dose of vitamin A. Meet Tim Cranmore, founder of the London Vegetable Orchestra, playing a recorder made from a carrot. He makes real recorders for a living and says carrots have a lot of the same properties as the wood he normally uses.
So there's no reason why a carrot should not make a recorder every bit as good as a tree.
Even better, if you think about it. I mean, if these musicians feel peckish after playing their instrument, they can always eat it. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London. The Supreme Court has just rejected an appeal from members of the Apache tribe who want to stop a massive copper mining project on federal land in Arizona that they hold sacred. The justices have left in place lower court rulings that allow transfer of the land in the Tonto National Forest, known as Oak Flat, to a company called Resolution Copper. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good Tuesday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney with you. Coming up, we're going to check in with Stephanie Guichet, senior economist at the Conference Board. We had some consumer confidence data that came in better than expected. Remember last month it really took a deep dive, getting a little bit of recovery there. So we'll talk about that. Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence chief interest rate strategist, is going to join us to tell us what the Fed's going to do, if anything, come the June 10th meeting. Ross Matheson, Bloomberg News Director for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa on the EU and tariffs. Both sides are now going to get together and talk. We've seen this playbook before, announce a big tariff. Folks then come to the table, maybe get something lower. So we'll get the latest reporting there. But right now, let's go to John Tucker and get a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And this flash brought to you by IBKR. Will a year-over-year change in the U.S. CPI exceed 2.7% in May 2025? At IBKR Forecast Trader, the yes was recently at 23%. Start predicting today at ibkr.com/forecast. The last trading day for this contract, June 19th. We're data dependent, so let's start there. The Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index coming in at 98, blowing away the estimates. Economists surveyed by Bloomberg were looking for 87.1. We'll break that down in just a second. Let's make a deal. Salesforce agreeing to acquire Informatica for about $8 billion. You remember they tried to do this like a year ago, and that fell through. Investors waiting for the big earnings report of the week. NVIDIA after the close tomorrow. Meantime, Steve Chiabarone at Federated Global looking for a rally in stocks to continue.
I think there's still buyers to come into this market, and I think the most likely outcome here is a slow, soul-crushing grind higher in U.S. equities.
Right now, the S&P 500 up 77 points, a rise of 1.3%, 5880 on the index. The Dow up 385, the NASDAQ 100, 363 points higher. Starting tomorrow, Southwest ending its 2 bags fly free policy. They even said how much they're going to charge check bags. This, of course, had been a mainstay at Southwest. Believe it or not, you know, baggage fees bring in about over $7 billion for airlines. That was last year.
Baggage fees are insane.
That's ridiculous.
It was like $70 when I went to Costa Rica. We had to check 3 bags. It was $70 a bag.
Wow. No.
It was bananas.
Johnny ain't going to pay that. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg.
I go to Europe for 2 weeks. I can put in just like a duffel bag.
En videre på det har jeg 2,8 nå.
5 shirts. I mean,
okay.
Well, you can just wear everything on you and just don't check anything.
Jeg tar gevinst oppe på 21 trenere igjen
her. In Costa Rica and basically made me bring her a suitcase full of stuff.
Oh, okay.
And then once you check one thing, we're just going to check everything. So anyway, all right, JT, thanks a lot. Alex Steele here, alongside Paul Sweeney and John Tucker. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. All right, let's get to that consumer confidence number, jumping the most in 4 years on outlook for a better economy as well as trade truce. Joining us now to break down those numbers even more is Stephanie Guichet, a senior economist at the Conference Board. Is this truly all relief on trade at this point?
It's largely, we split our sample around May 12th to see whether there was a stronger improvement in the second half of the month, and there was. So it's really after the trade deal with China that we saw strongest improvement in our indicators, especially the expectation component.
So in your
Hit the
index
target
here,
nå, Martin Rick.
what's the makeup of kind of consumer confidence? Is it how much is kind of jobs? Do I have a job, or is it more about inflation? What am I going to have to pay for stuff? Just general economic uncertainty. How is that weighted?
So it's a lot about jobs, both in the current situation and in the expectations components. And one thing to note is that the current job situation is the only component of the index that didn't improve this month. So there are still some concern about, where the labor market is going right now. And we don't explicitly have an inflation in the index.
Jeg var lang her nede, vet du. Jeg tok av folk gevinst nå.
We ask
Opp
consumers
og traff
about
nivået.
how they feel about their future income, which could be something like capturing, whether they are going to get enough money to pay for what they need, and that's one of the components of our expectation component. But it's not really about inflation overall. It's more about the labor market.
Okay, Stephanie, thank you very much. Really interesting. And also, we have not recouped, though, the big decline that we've seen. It's not a full V yet, that recovery for consumer confidence. All right, Stephanie Gouchat joining us there from the conference board. Let's take a look at some of the movers today. I'm Alex Steele with Paul Sweeney. We're joined by Bloomberg's Christine Aquino. Let's kick it off with Salesforce. There is a merger Tuesday/Monday.
Absolutely, Alex. Salesforce, John Tucker mentioned it earlier, right? That is quite a big deal. It's about an $8 billion acquisition of Informatica. And this follows a failed attempt barely a year ago. So both companies revisiting that deal table there. And, it does add to more than $800 billion of North American deals so far in 2025. That is more than a 23% increase from a year ago. So looking at this deal specifically, our Bloomberg Intelligence analysts do say that Informatica's slower growth of around 4% is negative versus Salesforce's stronger 8 to 9% growth. But the deal value does adequately reflect this risk, and it does show that Salesforce is willing to allocate more resources to data management given its recent success in the data cloud sector.
And the valuation is lower this time
around.
When they first tried to do this deal a year or so ago, now it's $8 billion. So a little bit of a markdown there. J.P. Morgan representing the buyer, and Goldman Sachs representing the seller.
He always like that. He always likes that. He likes to see who's making all the money. So let's go more into Southwest Airlines. The news there, of course, is that second bag, right? You're gonna have to start paying to check your bag.
That's right. And, based on the share move today, investors love that. It's up currently more than 3.5% from the open. It's quite interesting, though, because, again, this is definitely not happy news for consumers, especially because the summer travel season just about to get underway. We hate paying for bags collectively. And interestingly, just last week, the Southwest Airlines CFO was warning of ongoing softness in travel demand. So maybe this is a move to compensate for that slowness. The question is whether consumers would be willing to absorb that cost. But based on that consumer confidence number, maybe they will be.
Yeah, I fly out of Newark, so I'm captive to United. I've only flown Southwest maybe like 2 or 3 times in my entire life. It's different experience, and I know people who fly it love it.
Yeah, it's not my thing.
Yeah,
it's not my thing.
People are at very high loyalty.
I know, but
so
then
we'll see what happens now.
But if you take this away,
Yeah,
exactly. How's that gonna go? All right, Broadcom. Let's wrap this one up.
Broadcom up 2.6% at the moment. We do have that company reporting results next week, and so we have a lot of kind of just pre-earnings optimism there. We have Bloomberg Intelligence's Robert Schiffman noting that its revenue diversity and cash flow does boost its relative value appeal versus its peers in the sector. It's probably relatively cheap compared with Nvidia and the likes. Bloomberg Intelligence also touting strong relative total debt and equity returns, and so yeah, we await what comes of that Broadcom report. And with that, actually, we wrap up most of the big tech names reporting. NVIDIA, of course, reporting ahead of that later this week. So,
yeah, finally, NVIDIA. So that's will be a big name for the market. Christina Aquino, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Christina Aquino, managing editor for Markets Live at Bloomberg News, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. And for more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Well, one of the news stories coming in early this morning, not as early as John Tucker, coming in early this morning was kind of Japan trying to stabilize their bond market there. And that's had some nice repercussions kind of throughout fixed income markets around the world. Again, the 10-year Treasury is up 30 seconds, pushing the yield down to 4.46%. I'm going to check in with Ira Jersey, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's on his cam down in Princeton, New Jersey. Ira, what do you make of the news out of Japan, and how do you think bond investors generally
Gull kan det gå litt nå, da.
about sovereign trading?
Yeah, so there's still a little bit of queasiness about sovereigns in general, especially with the expectation.
Det 10-gangeren på gull, Robert?
Out of the US and Japan.
Hva sa du?
Det 10-gangeren på gull, som det handler nå om 0,07 kontrakter, det samme som det samme som det litt under en og så blir det 10-gangeren liksom?
Ja, det det sikkert, for det går I hvert fall alvorlig mye fortere.
Ja, jeg lurer på om det 10, at jeg lurer på om 0,1 det samme som blir det 0,1 det samme som 10. Ja, 1 lot 10 kontrakter.
The stabilization you're seeing, will it last?
Du kjøpte mye nå?
Nei, jeg bare kjøpte 0,07 bare for å teste. Nå går jeg penger her nå, da.
At least a positive for the short term.
0,07 eller 0,7?
Nippon Steel is expected to buy U.S. steel at around $55
Det svinger jo som faen, da.
Currently,
hva vi sa sist da, 0,2 var det?
Friday, that President Trump backed a U.S. Steel partnership.
Hva mer passer?
Shares rose ahead of that, and then again now.
Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor gull har gått opp siste halvtimen av markedet har piket oppover. Det bør jo gå ned, det bør gå opp nå.
So, Ira, are we learning that there's a cap now for long-end bond yields, period?
Pleier ikke den korrigere ganske bra med markedet?
Da lå jeg konsolidert nede I båten der nå.
You're talking about 5.17%. That was the high back in 2023. Where we tested
Det ramlet jo med over 300
when you get to these kind of levels,
a
captive buyer base that tends to come in, and even though there's a we focus a lot on the 10-year, the 30-year has kind of its own demand that isn't necessarily driven by the same economic factors as the belly of the curve, so the 5-year and the 10-year.
Vi har samme situasjon I makt igjen som I stad. Du har signallinjer som krysser snart, og så går den I positivt momentum etter hvert.
The assets that they need to cover their liabilities. A lot of
that
ends up being in, say, 30-year corporate debt, but they also use treasuries, particularly when you're at or above 5%, and so there is a lot of demand there. And I think we've proven that once again, that once you see that 5.1%ish, you're going to have people coming in on Monday morning and saying, okay, let's take some risk there and cover some of our duration gap that we have to buy.
Ira, thanks so much. Appreciate it. As always, Ira Jersey, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist, Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us from Princeton here. So again, looking at the bond market, again, a little bit of a pullback in yield here on the 10-year, 4 basis points, 4.69%. And I got to call out...
Nvidia som går ny topp nå, 2,94, drar med seg indeksen opp.
Unbelievable. So, I mean, if you were buying that back down at 60,000,
You know who wasn't buying that? Me.
Yeah, exactly.
Det ser ut som gull kan gå litt, da. Helt opp til 33,22-ish.
Bloomberg News talks about what's happening with Trump's tariffs from a European perspective. That's coming up.
Nei, jeg kjøpte I hvert fall gull her nå. Nå går gulvet mitt rett opp her.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg News with this Bloomberg Business Flash, brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies.
Så du droppar det där, eller?
Bloomberg. Let's start off with this breaking story that you actually touched on, Alex. According to CNBC, the Nippon Steel expected to buy U.S. Steel 55
Jag är på demokontoret och ska köpa en hel en.
right now, shares of US Steel after the surge on Friday, they were
På demokontoret.
1.7%. Now, remember, in a post on social media Friday, the president heralded what he called a planned partnership between the two heavyweights. So the president told reporters at the airport in New Jersey as he headed back to Washington that, quote, it's an investment and it's a partial ownership, but it'll be controlled by the USA. So there you go. Anyway, U.S. Steel shares closed more than 20% higher on Friday. So if they're paying $55 a share, there are 226 million shares out. That works out to $12.5 billion.
I'm going with your math.
By my math.
He literally was doing back-of-the-envelope calculations and saying
initially, you'll recall, they made a $14.1 billion takeover offer. So that's the latest anyway. Risk-on move this morning comes, of course, after President Trump extended a deadline on tariffs on the EU until July 9th. Right now, the S&P 500, 88 points higher. That's up 1.5%, 58.91 on the index. The Dow up 490 points. The NASDAQ 100, 400 points higher. Factory orders for business investment, that's a key gauge of corporate investment. That dropped for the second time in 3 months. And Bloomberg Economics says businesses at this point have no desire to commit to long-term expansion. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash, Alex and Paul.
All right, thanks so much, John Tucker. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also check us out on YouTube, Bloomberg.com, as well as originals on Roku and your smart TV, anywhere where you get your news. So the news over the weekend, as well as this morning, is President Donald Trump rolling back its tariff deadline and tariff amount on the European Union, saying that it's speeding up its trading negotiations, and he thinks this is a positive event. Now that deadline is extended to July 9th after a call this weekend with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. Let's get more on this with Roz Matheson, Bloomberg News Director for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Roz, what do we know that the EU or Ursula von der Leyen offered President Trump to make him feel so good about it?
Well, part of it might have just been that phone call seemed to have gone smoothly, but also what we saw from the markets when he threatened the 50% tariff may have also perhaps entered into Donald Trump's thinking. But as you say, we do know after that call that he walked back that threat. So we've got a bit more breathing space on the EU side to get talks going, and now the question is, how can talks occur in a what is the EU going to do potentially to crack open the door with the US without giving away its own red lines, because the EU does have a whole lot of stuff that it's just not willing to give ground on. We do know they seem to be wanting to now split up the talks a little bit, so separate all these big things out into smaller pieces and see if they can make any traction on individual things. So more on the political side, there's hot button issues around autos, pharma, civil aircraft, chips, so on, and then a more technical level conversation around things like non-tariff barriers. So split everything up into smaller compartments again and see if they can edge anything forward. But in doing so, you do also risk fragmentation. And the question is, in conversations going forward, do you end up with partial bits of a framework deal and nothing really complete? And what then happens if we get very, very close to this July deadline and things are still deadlocked?
So, Ross, how united is the European Union in these negotiations here, in these discussions, do you think?
Well, that's always the classic question, isn't it, with the EU unity in the minute, because it is a bunch of very different economies and very different politicians leading each country. In this case, there does seem to be a decent amount of unity. You're not seeing some of the bigger economies speak out necessarily against each other. I mean, that's been the weakness and the strength of the EU for many, many decades, is trying to peel individual leaders away from each other. We've seen that, for example, on how to handle the war in Ukraine. But on this, they do seem to be unified. So even some of the economies that have tended to side with Donald Trump are falling in line. The question again is, like, is there any wiggle room between the EU and the US to get to some kind of framework agreement, or are we going to see this all happen in July and then EU retaliation, which could be quite significant, kicks in automatically at that point? And so it's really down to the negotiators at this point to see if they can find common ground, and the role potentially of Ursula von der Leyen in that, her chief trade negotiator, who's been talking a lot with US officials like Howard Lutnick, for example, and Jamieson Greer of late. Is that personal relationship going to get any kind of traction, and are they able to represent the EU collectively then as a whole?
But that's sort of what confuses me, because is it concrete stuff, or is it just having a good phone call with President Trump? And like, what can Europe actually offer that's concrete, that's not going to make all the other 26 members mad?
Well, that's the thing. It does seem to be quite personal, right? When I was thinking about recently to Donald Trump's first term in office and some of the trade tensions with China, for example, that came up at the G20s and so on, and how it always took like a meal with Xi Jinping, sitting down at a table together, that leader level conversation to break the ice, to get a thaw, even if it's temporary, in trade tensions. We saw that with China.
Video ny high,
Of course, it all fell apart some months later, and we were back to a trade war. So it does seem to be quite personality dependent, and it's about, again, the EU does have its red lines. It's not going to roll over in order to get a deal.
3-11, 3-12 mot man i
letting Donald Trump feel like he's got a win on some parts of it potentially. So it's a very careful exercise. In this case, the EU is saying, you know, these negotiators are representing all of us. You can't try and come to each.
Buskerud, mulig det dårlig, men de kommer til å komme med en jævla bra guiding antagelig, på grunn av
the EU chief
Saudi
negotiator, for example, Shevchevich. It's also Ursula von der Leyen and those in the Commission. So they are holding the line on that versus coming individually. But again, do they have that personal rapport that's going to get this over the line?
Ross, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate getting your reporting. Ross Matheson, News Director for Europe, the Middle East and Africa for Bloomberg News, joining us via Zoom from our London headquarters at Queen Victoria Street. Okay, buy the dip, we get that. How about buy the rip here? I mean, the S&P's up another 1.5%, so it's almost like, you know, don't worry about it. The S&P's pretty much flat year to date. Let's talk to a professional who does this stuff for a living. Olaolu Aganga, she is the U.S. Chief Investment Officer for Mercer, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Thank you so much for coming in. Was it just kind of all about nothing here? We had a 20% decline in the stock market. People were really concerned, recession talk. Now we've retraced a lot of that. Where do we go from here? How do we go from here?
So there's been a decent amount of intraday volatility, intra-week volatility. Yep. We have been telling clients for a very, very long time to stay balanced and stay neutral. Now, there has been a tendency, even if you were to look at the market performance last year, to go overweight certain regions. You know, the U.S. for sure had been outperforming for quite some time. If you'd done that, you'd have had a really, really tough first couple of months, right? Your stomach, the pit would have been there. And now we're pretty much flat. Overall, we are still fairly neutral. Equities a little negative due to the tariff concerns, right? Because that is a tax ultimately on corporate earnings and forward earnings, which is what you're buying. The one thing that I would say, though, that we are recommending clients do is to hedge their currency. So if you are a non-dollar investor, currency is an unrewarded risk. That has been extreme volatility. The dollar is down 8-9% year to date. That one you should hedge.
When we talk about how to think about what comes out of from the White House, it feels to me that one of the most important things we learned over the weekend was that President Trump said that he agrees with Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, that we shouldn't be making shoes and shirts in the U.S., which makes me think that we're going to see more carve-outs, that we're going to see industry-specific carve-outs for imports, which will then kind of help smooth everything over. What do you think about that? Does that change how you look at sectors? Does it change how you look at the equity market?
It's hard to tell because it's not stable just yet. So there's a view that comes out this week. It could change next week. Or earlier today, I think we're seeing some talk about iPhone or whatever production happening domestically. It varies. I think the one thing to pay attention to, though, is if there is going to be more production in the U.S., which it seems like that is a bigger trend, how is that going to happen given labor costs? We've talked about AI, we've seen AI booming, but there are different aspects of AI. One, pretty obvious one is robotics. Right? So could there be a rise in robots that are manufacturing, and that's how we get the cost efficiencies there. But within AI, there's still pockets that could benefit here, given the shift to more domestic overall. How much, we'll see, but it's more than what we have today.
You mentioned the dollar. I mean, risk assets, if you define that as stocks, they're back. No problem there. But the dollar's still down, as you mentioned. And just it's not bouncing at all. What's that telling you?
In our large asset owner survey, trillions of dollars in management, global clients, 16 countries, ultimately, what we started noticing was a bit of a home bias for non-U.S. institutions. They were looking more at their country investments. They hold dollar. This is part of their overall asset holdings. They've started to diversify. We've been seeing that move overall. So the volatility we're seeing more that is sticking is in the currency aspect of things now that there are different options that are there, and people, you can't necessarily shift away from the dollar fully, but more around the edges.
Yes, and we saw earlier, right, with the yen hitting a low, right? It was like around that 140 level to the dollar. Okay, so currency volatility here to stay, so you got to mitigate that. Rate volatility?
Rate volatility has been tough. Fixed income, which has been the ballast for a long time, actually it hasn't. It's been pretty tough looking at treasuries and bonds. So we're seeing more and more volatility building in fixed income, which is why for us, as we start building diversified portfolios, you have equities, you have fixed income, but we have really been advocating more diversifying strategies and hedge funds. So low correlated asset classes or more low correlated strategies, because fixed income has been somewhat correlated to equities. There's a lot of volatility in equities, a lot of volatility in treasuries as well.
I just want to point out 144 yen dollar today.
Yes.
Just pointing that out.
Exactly. Real quick, I mean, we had that move out of U.S. equities into European equities earlier in the year. Is that just a trade, or is that something you think longer term?
From a tactical basis, it's been more of a reallocation. There was, we weren't necessarily recommending this, but we were seeing a good amount of flow coming into the U.S. So in a balanced portfolio, call it the equity, 60-something% U.S., accounts were holding a lot more than that. So this was more reallocation back to balanced holding, where you'd seen a bit of a skew more towards U.S., and we'd recommended more balance.
Love talking to you. Really wonderful stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Olaoluwa Ganga is U.S. Chief Investment Officer at Mercer, kind of breaking down how to think about the market, how to manage the volatility, particularly in the FX market. All right, you ready for some nuclear, Paul?
Yes.
Yes, we are doing it. So on Friday, President Trump signed a host of executive orders targeting nuclear energy to make it easier to build plants and get them up and running here in the United States. And we're going to talk to the CEO of one company. Terrestrial Energy is currently going public through a SPAC, a special purpose acquisition vehicle. They're also in charge of building small modular reactors. So they're basically smaller but more uniform. So they should, in theory, be easier to build. We just have to get that cost down. So we're going to break down what all of this means for his company as well as those new rules. As you take a look at an equity market really flying higher here, the NASDAQ up full 2 percentage points. This is Bloomberg.
Nå begynner gull å vandre på seg her. Få se om han klarer å bryte det. Nei. Nvidia som droppet litt. Robert, ser du Gul går, eller?
Ja da. Det går mye fortere til meg enn til deg.
Fy faen.
Det er 10 kontrakter her.
Hva i helvete har du det? Gull kan man gå opp nå til 3310-ish. Bare få den dritten her litt ned da. Det er en video som kommer litt ned der. Fy faen, og Gull svinger noe helt sjukt, ass. Fy faen, hvis det skal bli sånn her sidelengs i hele dag, så orker jeg ikke sitte, ass. Jeg blir helt gæren.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. A risk on again after President Trump postponed the EU tariffs. All 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 are up. Best performing stocks in the index include Super Microcomputer, United Airlines, and Tesla. Right now, the worst performing stock in the index is Fair Isaac Corporation of Bozeman, Montana. That's FICO, down over 9%. The FHFA director says he's still not happy with FICO and that his agency is going to make some decisions on the rising cost of credit score reports. And then at the top of the hour, you heard consumer confidence rebounded sharply in May from a near 5-year low. This was the Conference Board's gauge of confidence, increasing over 12 points, marking the biggest monthly gain in 4 years. Meantime, Amy Will-Silverman at RBC Capital Markets says investors would prefer to deal with the tariff fallout later down the road.
I don't think investors think everything is fixed. They just think that it's going to have to be addressed further down the road. And so I don't think you're going to get this erosion of volatility, perhaps in the short term.
Right now, the S&P 500, 90 points higher, a rise of 1.6%, 58.92 on the index. The Dow up 500 points. The NASDAQ 100, 402 points higher. That is up 1.9%. Yields real quick. The 30-year bond is down 6 basis points, under 5, 4.97 right now. AMC Entertainment had a record-breaking Memorial Day holiday weekend. More than 7 million people visited an AMC in the U.S. or an Odeon cinema location internationally. It was driven by the robust openings of Lilo and Stitch and Mission Impossible. Let's hope it's the final reckoning.
Did you guys see it? I saw it.
And you saw Lilo and Stitch or Mission Impossible?
Mission Impossible.
Okay.
It was real long. It was really long. Like, did it really need to be 2 hours and 50 minutes?
If you didn't like it, I will absolutely hate it.
I loved it. Like, you just blow stuff up. Like, people are having fun. Like, it's great. I mean, you know, I love those kind of movies. But
You
it
didn't
was
go to Lilo and Stitch
very
with your
long. I
daughter?
did not. I made her sit through Mission Impossible, which she did not necessarily love.
I'll wait for the book to come out. We check the markets for you all
But
day
Lilo and
long.
Stitch beat Mission Impossible
handily.
handily. Yes,
Wow.
handily. Which is also like, you know, that
Is
for Tom
Tom
Cruise.
Cruise still
60
doing
plus.
this?
He's still doing it.
Okay.
The first Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning comes out. It gets whipsawed by Barbenheimer. So Barbie and then Oppenheimer. And then now it gets whipsawed by Lilo and Stitch.
All right. 2 more movies I'll never see. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg. I'm John Tucker. That's your flash, Alex and Paul.
All right, thanks so much, JT. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. So Friday afternoon, President Trump signs a slew of executive orders targeting nuclear energy. So trying to free up the NRC, which is the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, to help speed up new reactors and help to expand current reactors, capping hourly fees, all to grow nuclear capacity here in the U.S. Joining us now to discuss is Simon Irish. He's CEO of Terrestrial Energy. Terrestrial Energy is a company that is hoping to build small modular reactors. They're called SMR. That the hope is to make nuclear power more efficient and cost effective. The company is also going public through a SPAC, a special purpose acquisition vehicle with an equity value of about $925 million. Simon, really good to get your perspective. What was the most significant thing that President Trump did on Friday?
Well, I think he recognised that if the United States is actually to take a leadership role in sodium reactor technology, which it has held pretty much since the dawn of the industry, then very definitive action needs to be taken to ensure that the government, the whole of government, is there as a partner for the private sector to develop the type of technologies that are going to be utterly essential if nuclear energy is going to flourish and prosper in a way which allows us to achieve our national security objectives, that allows industries, innovative industries such as the tech industry, to deliver on AI. So the President Trump has represented the federal government as a business partner for the private sector, and I don't think we've seen that invitation to the private sector done in such an emphatic way probably in 50 years. So this is a very important moment for the nuclear industry in the United States.
Simon, give us a sense of just kind of how the industry is laid out today. What percent of our energy in the U.S.
Det svimer litt, da. Nå har en video på nesten det jeg har igjen, 3,12. Det er litt sånn tullete.
Well, it's just under. It's from electric. Nuclear energy today has been largely used for electric power.
Ja, stemmer Dag Tore. Stig tredje bare
power
gul.
generation is probably, it's about 18%. It's certainly dipping below the 20% mark. We're getting more efficient at operating advanced reactors. If you look forward over the next, let's say 2 decades, there is a really real opportunity for that percentage to increase dramatically, and we've seen this before at other moments in the nuclear industry when nuclear energy, when the policy mix and the private sector mix and circumstances are correct, can actually scale remarkably quickly. So we've been. And I think that's the moment we have now.
Well, that kind of touches on what 2 things I was going to bring up, because in theory, what stands in the way of nuclear are cost and time. If you were to break ground on a new project today, it would still take quite a long time to get it up and running, and nuclear is expensive. Versus, say, I need power today, let's get a solar farm up and running. Did these issues or these executive orders
den alene kan du bare dra til hydropower. De kommer med tallet må rett og slett.
has been a nuclear power plant. Let's distinguish a nuclear power plant with nuclear energy. A nuclear power plant is what generates electricity.
Man måste ha stått stille siden...
A nuclear power plant has in the past been, been challenging to finance. It has required a tremendous amount of support from the public sector to get new nuclear built in the United States. But with respect to affordability, this is the opportunity to develop advanced reactors, and the executive orders last week recognized that advanced reactors are capable, because they use very different type of nuclear technology, generation 4 technology, and it's generation 4 technology that can be used to not only make nuclear power plants more affordable, and you do that by making them smaller, so the absolute capital cost of the plant is lower. You make them modular, you make the designs to be such that you can repeat the same design on multiple sites. But the technology itself is also capable of delivering electric power, which is nuclear energy, nuclear electric power, in a much more cost-efficient way. So the Generation 4 reactor, it stands apart from the reactor technologies we've seen over the last couple of years, because over the last couple of decades, like water reactor technology, because it's capable of delivering high quality, high temperature thermal energy.
Bryten der da, så blir 21-15.
Your steam turbines operate much more efficiently. You lower the cost of electric power generation with a nuclear reactor tremendously. With that type of operation from high temperature, but also with high temperature thermal energy supply, with a nuclear power plant for the very first time. You can use nuclear energy to directly supply the manufacturing processes that need thermal energy, not just power, they need heat. So with these Generation 4 systems, these advanced reactors that are part, the policy measures, the policy levers that President Trump pulled with those executive orders last week are in part directed at accelerating the development of these advanced reactors. And they deliver things
jeg tror at Tokyo er fremtiden. Jeg tror det dritsmart.
It's certainly so exciting in terms of what nuclear energy can do to the US economy going forward.
All right, Simon, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Simon Irish, CEO of Terrestrial Energy. You know, I think my take on energy supply and energy use is...
Nå må vi gull rett opp. Tar av gevinst snart da. Hvis ikke det kommer videre opp her nå.
Much cleaner and more sufficient, but kind of everything. I don't know, why wouldn't you?
Well, that's the thing, is if you're going to help one industry, in
Å, fy
theory you should
faen,
help all of them.
Europa.
And
Se
the whole
da,
point of
Robert.
mixing help for wind and solar is because the government shouldn't pick
Ja,
winners
men-
and losers. But in theory, making it easier for nuclear plants to get the go-ahead does just that. All of the above. I'm with you. Why not do all of the above at the end of the day?
I don't know. See, another season
Tok
land
litt gevinst, og så tar vi gjøre det.
Oh, so that's cool. When does it start, though? Because I need to know when your next layer is here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's coming soon here, but it got green lit, so that's that's good news. S&P 500 up 1.6%. This is Bloomberg.
Kjøpte med gull.
listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Boy, we've seen a parade of technology CEOs making their way to Washington, D.C. before the inauguration and then certainly since the inauguration. And leading the line's been Mark Zuckerberg at Meta, and he's the subject of our big take story today. Kurt Warner joins us, tech reporter for Bloomberg. Meta CEO's done everything he can to win over Trump, and it's not clear how much he has to show for it, according to this reporting. Kurt, thanks so much for joining us here. Talk to us about Mark Zuckerberg at Meta and what his strategy has been vis-a-vis Donald Trump and this administration.
Yeah, well, we noticed this starting in January. Actually, slightly before the inauguration in January, Mark Zuckerberg showed up at Mar-a-Lago for a dinner with Trump, which was, something that was notable, not just because of who Mark Zuckerberg is, but because of the contentious relationship that they have had for years, ever since Facebook and Instagram banned Donald Trump after the January 6th riots at the Capitol. And so he goes to Mar-a-Lago, he shows up at the inauguration, he starts making frequent trips to the White House to meet with Trump and other officials in the administration. And so we just sort of set out to figure out what is this strategy here, right? On the one hand, it seems somewhat obvious. Everyone wants to be close to that center of power in D.C. and build those relationships. But given the history between these two men, it was very notable, is this a shift in Mark Zuckerberg's personal politics, or is this just him simply trying to play this political game? And I think through the reporting and interviews that we did, I think what we sort of came to see was this picture of a CEO who's less tied to his own specific, political ideals and more a sense of self-preservation, right? He's someone who out to try and make sure that he and his company survive, and that's what this is all about.
Which was so striking in your piece, because what came up for me is that no one seems to like Mark Zuckerberg. Whether you're a Democrat or Republican, everyone seems to ignore him and not like him. So to your point, it's really about
Mark Zuckerberg,
showmanship.
I think he's an easy person for people to point to, right? We've seen this for years in Congress. When things go poorly, it's easy to point to Facebook.
Jeg gir ikke opp bare fordi Donald Trump prater.
What happens in the world, what happens in society, usually happens on
USA har blitt nedgradert.
their platform. So they
trenger ikke si så mye mer enn det. Kommer til å se en dag nå snart hvor han ikke klarer å holde det oppe.
And I think Mark Zuckerberg, has been a uniting person in DC in that both sides of the political aisle dislike him historically. And so on the one hand, you can understand, why he would want to try and forge this relationship with President Trump. On the other hand, it's unclear if it's working. And I think that we have sort of, to this point, not seen the returns on those efforts from him. There's a bunch of stuff that Meta is still facing in terms of regulation and politics that are hard for the company. And I'm not sure that he's quite gotten the return that he wanted yet.
He bought a mansion in Washington, D.C., he being Mark Zuckerberg. What's that about?
Yeah, $23 million,
Nice.
As we all do, buy I believe, a fourth home. I think the idea there is that he's going to simply be in D.C.
Ja, vi må stanne på den
for these
nivåen.
next 4 years. I think it's certainly a signal to not only the administration but others on Capitol Hill.
Kjenner mer på gull enn jeg på den jævla Nasdaqen.
Here, and you're going to see me around. I want to be involved. It's a change of posture for him. For the prior 4 years, or at least the prior 2 years, he had really sort of handed the policy and politics part of the business over to Nick Clegg, who was the former deputy prime minister of the UK. But Clegg announced that he's leaving shortly after the election, and I think Mark Zuckerberg has sort of picked up that baton, and he's sort of said, I need to be the person to do this. Donald Trump doesn't want to deal with a number 2 or a number 3 at any company, right? President Trump wants to deal with the CEO, and I think Mark Zuckerberg knows that, which is why he's showing up as often as he is.
What you also talk about in the piece is just the contrast between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, like two entrepreneurs, incredibly brilliant, starting different companies, and just how politically
Yeah, we had this section in the story about how it was described as a sort of Elon envy on Mark Zuckerberg's part. So you can kind of imagine he's for years, kind of getting grilled, as we talked about, by politicians on both sides. He spent a lot of time, at least a few years ago, apologizing, right? Hey, we need to do better. We're going to do better. Kind of like trying to appease everybody to know success. And meanwhile, you
Hvorfor stiger ikke gull av nå? Nå burde gull gå som av faen.
What Elon Musk is doing, and he's pretty much just doing whatever he wants. You know, consequences be damned. And I think they're developed a sense of like, why am I out here apologizing? Why am I out here?
Nå ramlet gull mens markedet ramlet. Det bare teknisk, eller?
You know, he's out there, he being Elon, picking a side, donating, you know, hundreds of millions.
Jeg traff en diagramal opp her, så jeg måtte stå der til han fikk kreft.
And there seems to be no repercussions. And so I think over time he developed, like I said, this like sense that maybe I'm doing it wrong and he's doing it right. And I think we see that sort of show up in the way we see Mark Zuckerberg the last months. He's a lot less, he's an unapologetic guy as far as how he used to be. And I think
Interesting. All right, great story. Bloomberg Business Week story, big take story. Kurt Wagner and Riley Griffin, Duke grad, there with a great story. Check it out. So on the Bloomberg terminal, you can do it on Bloomberg.com/big take. Kurt Wagner, tech reporter, Bloomberg News, joining us from Denver, Colorado. So a different tactic, perhaps, from Mark Zuckerberg and Meta as they deal with the administration of President Trump here. Markets still very strong, so we will keep an eye on that. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM 121, access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence now.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news.
Noen uker bare dette. Vent deg ut av den der gamle traden. Jeg tror trader ut nå, så venter litt.
Just too exuberant out there.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Happy Tuesday. It's Monday, but it's Tuesday, yes. Everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney and John Tucker. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We have a good hour lined up for you. We're going to tackle these markets for you. Plus, take a look at the Salesforce deal with Informatica. We'll take a look at the price tag on that as well. Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence Technology Analyst. Plus, Patrick Wilson is Portfolio Manager at Center Square Investment Management. We'll talk about the state of commercial real estate. And then we'll tackle what's happening with alternative energy after many different executive orders from President Trump. You got nuclear on the plus side, wind and solar on the negative. We'll break that down with Bloomberg BNEF. So lots to cover here. Let's kick it all off for you on this positive risk on day with John Tucker.
All right, guys, the major stock index is pushing higher. The first trading day since President Trump said Sunday the U.S. is going to delay a 50% tariff on goods coming from the EU. Supermicro Computer, United Airlines, Warner Brothers Discovery among the leaders in the S&P 500 right now. Consumer discretionary, that is the best performing industry group in the index. And of course, that's home to Tesla. Those shares up close to 5% in today's trading.
Og fy faen, Tesla opp 5% på det dårligste tallene i Europa noensinne.
Det er ganske sjukt.
I do think once we get into the summer and that data comes in, especially later in the summer, you will start to see more definitively that prices have moved up due to these tariffs and that growth is slowing down, both because that front loading of purchases has to be paid back and the tariffs themselves will slow activity.
Right now, shares of Informatica up 5.6%. They're going to try again. Salesforce agreeing to buy Informatica for about $8 billion. S&P 500 pushing higher, 91 points higher. That's up 1.6%, 58.94 the index. The Dow Jones Industrial average up 522 points. The Nasdaq 100, 390 points higher, and that is up 1.9%. The 30-year bond, 6 basis points lower, under 5 at 4.97.
Hæ?
You know, Jack
Hva sa du?
Jeg sa ingenting. Jeg sa bare at Tesla opp 5%, de verste tallene i Europa noensinne. Bilsalget ned med 53%, og Tesla opp med 5%.
Leverage trades, cryptocurrency, active
Jeg sa bare det litt funny, så.
new offerings in the ETFs.
Ja, det ser ut som gullet nu her.
Anyway, we check the markets all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker.
Det er long gull, det.
Business Flash.
Det var ganske bra penger fra, men jeg tok ikke. Det var litt dumt. Jeg tok gevinst bare 2 ganger. Skulle gjort det en gang til. Tar den på neste runde. Men det er Nvidia som på en måte styrer litt av nå. Når den går opp og ned med 0,5%, så rører hele indeksen på seg. Nå kommer de metallet i morgen, da. Så det er sikkert mange som prøver også å posisjonere seg på de tallene.
That's the thing. When it's a race to
Jeg
zero.
forventet vekst på 65% ned fra over 200, tror jeg det var. Så veksten er noe dårligere, men det er liksom forventet fra et hypervekst siste kvartalene. Jeg tror ikke at det kan fortsette. Ja, nå går gull opp, ja.
Christine Aquino. Christine, what are you looking at?
Well, Paul, looking at AMD this hour, those shares up more than 4%.
Vi har basically stått stille siden klokka
from reduce. And of course, the analysts are citing the de-escalation in tariffs. We have had striking some deals with a Saudi Arabian AI company that's off the back of President Trump's trip to the Middle East, of course. And then earlier this month, it also struck a deal with Sanmina, which will buy AMD's AI server assembly plants. That deal is worth as much as $3 billion. So
litt enklere å forholde seg til gull, altså. Da slipper du å følge med på en aksje.
All right, let's go to Apple for a second. So the rough part for Apple last week, of course, was potentially the threat from President Trump having to move all production to the U.S. What now?
We're seeing a rebound, so investors kind of taking stock. Right? So shares up just over 1% at the moment, and yeah, they are snapping.
Jeg kommer til å få rett på hele korreksjonen. Gull også kommer til å stå 3.500. Jeg vet det for rett. Vent, jeg må hente meg brus.
Over President Trump's comments.
Og koa skal holde 4,50.
5% tariff on Apple. People are asking, how exactly are they going to
do this,
right? Because otherwise, your iPhone is going to cost $3,500, which I'm assuming nobody wants to pay. And so Bloomberg Intelligence does say that one potential way that Apple could navigate around this would be maybe negotiate more domestic spending and win an exemption on lower cost products in return. So, you know, more to come in this story. We don't really have confirmation on where the tariff thinking lies as far as President Donald Trump goes, but these are kind of some of the ways that people are thinking Apple could potentially deal with this.
Generous Motors, GM. What's the story there?
Yeah, we have GM's financing arm out today with a multi-tranche bond deal. That's after they already sold more than 2 billion of notes 3 months ago. And so we're seeing GM seeing its first gain in 4 sessions, just up slightly, 0.4% last I looked. And so, you know, we're looking generally at a more challenging car market, of course, and a part of that.
Vi står og stopper på 21,3. Oi, det er gullet pluss igjen, gitt. Ja, nå er det pluss. Ja, men nå har jo Nvidia ramlet litt. Nå falt den fra 3,20 til 2,94. Vi ligger og stanger på teknisk støtte på Nasdaqen her, og nå må faen meg for faen bryte litt ned der, da.
You can check out more conversations just like this. Subscribe to our new Stock Movers podcast.
Inflasjonstallene i dag var jo helt dritt, både i UK og Tyskland.
Winners and losers within the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify.
Og Japan ble nedgradert med ratingen sin, første gang siden på 34 år. Verden er litt større enn Donald Trump. Det virker faen ikke sånn, da.
Follow the market at all, if you follow rates analysts, he was kind of the guy who had the best, the biggest, the boldest calls. And he was also let go within this move by HSBC to overhaul its global research department. Tomasz Netzel is senior European banks analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence and joins us now. Why? Why did this go down?
Hi, good afternoon. Well, first of all, we have to remind ourselves that HSBC is right now under the restructuring. They announced this a couple of months ago. And what is happening at the moment is the bank is delivering on what they have promised. So they want to reduce the workforce. They want to have a cost base. And sadly, this is part of that. Senior people in the company as well, in the organization.
Hva tar den inn på gullet, Robert? 3-3-10, eller?
The senior managers maybe
Hvis nå går gjennom her nå, så var det jo bra spørsmål.
You know, the new CEO is very much on track to deliver on what he wants to deliver. So $1.5 billion cost savings in the next 18 months.
And I'll point out, 16 years ago, when
Hei,
we
Stig,
began Bloomberg Intelligence,
guttebassen.
one of the primary reasons is because we foresaw Wall Street walking away from its commitment
Kjøper gull, eller, Stig?
research, and we wanted to fill that
Ja, hørte det.
gap.
Det kan jo gå som faen her nå.
Here's just another
Nå har jeg penger igjen.
33
when you have costs
Hæ?
cut, they
33,19 cirka.
department here. Tomasz,
Og du skal ha den helt opp dit?
HSBC, and by the way, Bloomberg Intelligence
Ja, hvis de får brudd der nå, så er det 33,19 på den informasjonen.
Kan det gå så mye opp?
BI Go on the terminal. Tomasz,
Nei, ja.
HSBC, what's the
Vi får
strategy of
kursmål på 33,19 hvis vi får brudd på diagonalen her.
Hva var kursmålet ditt nå, da? Kortsiktig, eller ser det ikke sånn?
Nei, nå har jeg ikke noe kursmål i øyeblikket. Nå ligger noe stange på den øvre, altså på den øvre diagonalen.
Less and less exposure in Europe,
Ja.
especially in terms of the investment.
33,02,03.
It's definitely, if you look at the strategy for the bank, they want to grow in wealth management business. This is where they see potential. They want to grow their
Hva gjør du, Stig?
new commercial and investment banking.
Ja, akkurat nå gjør jeg ingenting.
Created this year.
Du kom hjem fra jobb nå, eller?
Then Asia is definitely the
Nei, jeg har ikke sortert i dag.
where they see
Har du vært på jobb i dag?
is Asia and Middle East
Nei.
as well.
Hvorfor ikke?
They've got exposure into Europe as well, but also
Jeg var dårlig.
so they know they hired wealth management specialists here in London, so in UK. So there's definitely push towards wealth globally.
Kortukesyk?
Less of investment banking
dritt
globally
Hos deg?
in Asia.
Er det sånn kortukesyk?
For Asia
Ja.
is definitely the growth engine. And the recent split of the group.
Man trenger være litt syk av og til.
Some other, and UK
Jeg er syk hele tiden.
parties
Faen.
showcasing you where the bank is.
Det er sånn innklemt-syk.
Jeg ble syk av Donald Trump. Det er helt
What is the
sikkert.
state, before we let you go, of
Må
European
faen meg være
bank
snill med
facilities that
gutten.
relate to some of the U.S. powerhouses?
Fy faen, jeg er dritt av
In
Donald
terms of
Trump.
IB, well, it's, if you look at the European banking sector, the banks, they were losing some sort of market share in
2,8 nå på Nvidia, falt med
revenue
en halv
and it has
prosent.
happened for the couple of last quarters. Of course, with the current changes in trade tariffs and geopolitics, it can change the coming quarters. But you know, HSBC has been always smallish in investment banking. They never had very good market
Tesla
share
på det har
in Europe or US. So I think it was a very smart move for them to move away from those businesses and focus to where they can make money. And I think that's what the banks are doing right now. They're looking for the opportunities, markets where they have strength, where they have advantages, and where they can deliver satisfying ROEs.
All right, Tomasz, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Tomasz Netzel, Senior European Banks Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. He was over there on our Queen Victoria Street, London headquarters. A spectacular building in the city of London, right near the cap of the Bank of England building, which is also very cool. Let's switch gears to technology. Had a little M&A trade in the marketplace today. Salesforce is said to near a 25 per share deal for Informatica. So we want to break that down with Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst. I'm looking at Salesforce. The stock's up about 0.6% here today. This is a deal that's been out there for a while. They've been on again, off again, talks here. What is Informatica and why is Salesforce buying it?
Yeah, when you saw the deal rumor about a year ago, April of last year, the Salesforce did take a beating at that time, and the deal at that time was rumored to be somewhere around $10-11 billion. That didn't go through, so now they are buying it back again at about $8 billion. On Friday, when the news came out, the stock did trade off a little bit, about 4%. But today, as you said, it's not moving as much. Informatica is in the data management business. So if you are a large company, it'll help you manage a lot of the data that you have across multiple databases. So whether it is in System A, System B, System C, the CFO's office can see that data across various systems. Now, that was not core of Salesforce's business. Salesforce has bought a product in a long time ago, a company called MuleSoft. But recently, they issued a new product, or they launched a new product called Data Cloud, which takes into account a lot of their cloud assets that they have, and that product has done very well. And part of the reason why that's done very well is because people are using that data to fine-tune their large language models. So I think that's really what's behind this acquisition is Salesforce pivoting more towards that data aspect of it.
How does Informatica play in the AI world? Like, does this do anything for Salesforce on that end?
Well, it helps Salesforce go and knock on a lot more enterprise doors and say, well, I know how to manage your data. So I don't care which model you can use any model, but I can help you with your own data and how to include that data in the broader scheme of those large language model. Because remember, currently LLMs are only being trained on publicly available models or publicly available data, but sooner or later companies will have to feed their own internal data to these models.
Nå droppa Gulland, da.
I'm looking at Salesforce's stock. It's down 17% year to date. Why is that? Are they not getting any AI love?
So when you see across most of the software world, barring a handful of companies that are straight away being directly impacted with AI, the rest of the space is still struggling because of the lack of seat count growth. They sell a lot of the legacy products. So when you look at somebody like a Salesforce, they do have AI products, but all in all, that products are not even adding to $1 billion, while their total revenue base is $40 billion. But the rest of the software space is struggling because enterprise spending is tight on the non-AI side of it.
So what other kind of companies or M&A deals in this space might we see? I do feel like we're starting to see movement here in M&A, but it's not sort of broad base. It's a really pick your poison kind of thing. What else is on the docket?
Ja, det har ikke rørt på seg siden klokken 10:03. Vi har stått akkurat på samme sted siden 10:03.
Models together.
Vi har gått opp og ned med 30 poeng.
Seeing out there, IBM's doing a very good job about it by picking smaller companies, 4 billion, 5 billion.
Ja, det er greit i dag, da kan det gå akkurat hvor du vil for min del.
Now, as far as the
gjorde du bra, du kjøpte dag tidlig, da.
Ja, jeg var lang i morges, klokka 7:15, tror jeg.
It's a great opportunity for companies like Salesforce or Workday or IBM to expand their you could say the breadth of what they're selling to the enterprises out there.
Tok modell perfekt på supporten da, der nede. Hva har du kjøpt inn da?
Ja, altså, jeg kjøpte helt rett før den gikk opp der. Der.
En 20-ish.
Ja, 17.
Jeg har streken min på 21,17,33. Det er litt morsomt.
So, from a fundamental point of view, not much has changed.
There's
still a lot happening there. But what's happening on the, I would say on the other side of the equation is because of DeepSeek, there's a lot more questions about the infrastructure side of AI, which is, the chips and data,
Ja,
servers and all those things. But on the inference side, Microsoft,
Jeg har lyst til å ha den til 3244.
If more people use AI, their revenue goes up. So there is a little bit of a bifurcation there. I think tomorrow when we see NVIDIA results, we'll have a much better idea in terms of their
backlog
and then the demand for chips.
Gull, jo.
Da vil du ha markedet opp, for det sånn.
Ja, den vil jeg ha opp til 21.365.
It's good if I turn on my microphone. It's a Tuesday. I was asking.
Nei, er det lang
so brilliant of me, my question.
På Gud.
Do you feel like NVIDIA is going to be a transformative quarter, or do you think it's going to be steady as she goes and just kind of prove the basics?
I think it's tough to say that because I think the demand is still going to be fine for what they are selling. But always the question is whether that's good enough.
Ikke for gullet så langt ned på det der, det ødelegger formasjonene mine.
Much more rapid.
Ja, det går fint.
Nei, men Gull kommer til å droppe det hvis markedet går videre oppover. Jeg tror ikke markedet går så mye mer oppover. Det er liksom ikke noe grunn til det. Det er liksom bare Trump-piss. Vi får se. Det kommer an på en video i morgen da. Hvis en videotall i morgen blir bra, så går det videre opp. Hvis ikke, så knekker det i morgen.
Vi skal trappe longs-folkene, så vi får inn mer longs. Da må vi pushe litt videre opp. At flere går long, og tror at vi skal gå opp til og så dumper vi.
Det blir spennende å se hvordan Neve skal da.
Ja,
det var faen meg sjukt.
Det
har gått opp på så jævla lite volum over.
That something really awesome is coming from AI and you can actually make money off it, and then the market kind of remembers, just like what happened with Meta, for example, or Microsoft. You remember that, oh right, this is a really positive narrative that not a lot of other companies in the world have access to, and it's one of the reasons why the US exceptionalism trade was so strong.
Har kjøringen fått pakken nå, eller Robert?
Diverted from the large language model training
og sette opp surleppene og så reste på høyre og si NVIDIA.
Just look at Google, remember, going to charge you $250 a month now.
Finally see a little bit of stability in the Bloomberg, in the US dollar. The Bloomberg dollar index is up 1.5 and 1%
Kika hardt
today.
på
You
man.
can see moves higher in the dollar over the last several months. So as well, risk assets such as stocks have rebounded. The U.S. dollar has notched down about 8% from its
Bør nok være så langt
that
ned i
is
så fall.
notable and it gets your attention. All right, coming up, we got a lot more to cover here. We're going to have Patrick Wilson, portfolio manager at Center Square. That's coming up in just a moment.
Nei da, Preppis, jeg vil ha den litt mer opp først. Det blir gullig å få meg til å angre på at jeg ikke shorta den.
Gikk ikke akkurat sånn jævlig unna det her da, for å si det sånn.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television.
Skjønner ikke at du ikke kom med i den sangen der.
Hva faen, jeg hører på nyheter helt der.
I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash, and we are being brought to you by Oracle. Attention,
Ikke at det har så mye å si om nå. Jeg liker å følge med for det.
In half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com.
Hvor blir det av Botox-sangen?
So we had consumer
Ja, den skal jeg ikke spille før jeg er i pluss. Det er 2 måneder til.
That's kind of set the tone for this risk-on rally today.
Dag Tore, det er 2 måneder til.
It was up close to 3%. This comes ahead of the earnings results. We're going to get that after the close of regular trading tomorrow. Treasuries also getting a boost in price, so that pushes the yield down. The 30-year yield back below 5%. And the U.S. dollar also advancing. Dollar DXY up 0.6%. S&P 500 90 points higher,
Fan, det här var direkt,
0.6% at 5893. The Dow up 500 points. The Nasdaq 100 396 points higher. That is up 1.9%. Shares of Temu owner PDD Holdings plunging. The quarterly sales and profit missing estimates. The trade tensions between Beijing and Washington taking a toll on the business there. Trump Media and Technology agreeing to sell around $1.5 billion in their stock and $1 billion in convertible bonds. What are they going to do with it? They're going to buy Bitcoin for their treasury. And right now, those shares down 10.5%. And finally, Claire Store is consulting with several firms on how to shore up its finances. The tariff concerns pressuring their earnings. Claire's, once a beloved mall
my daughter loves Claire's.
staple.
She loves Claire's.
Also confronting higher import costs. They depend heavily on China for low-cost sourcing on all their region. What do they sell? Is tweens?
Stuff. Yeah, it's
well,
like,
I know they sell
it's
stuff.
like buy one keychain, get 75 free, or like, you know, here's your hair clips, or like your headbands and your fun stuff. They also have some stuffies.
Okay, so it's like a dollar store for kids.
But a little bit more expensive.
Okay.
This is the place where I bribe my child when we're going to go out and I'm
Another
making her
store
do something.
I will never go into. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
Thank you so much, JT. Alex Steele, alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. Like over 2,000 companies in 130 industries.
Ja, hvis du snur der nå, så kan du lage en sånn Molnes diagonal I RS-en.
Over the last 2 days. It does bring into question what happens with commercial real estate.
Nvidia gikk ganske bra
portfolio manager of Center Square Investments joins us next. Okay, what's the REIT market looking like right now?
Det liksom, det ikke mye. 0,5%.
It's been very interesting, to say the least, to start the year. Obviously, trade policy has affected all asset classes across the economy, but in terms of REITs, you know, we are seeing
I Finlandsavgifta som du drar diagonaler på RS-en.
capital-intensive business, so the issuing of debt and equity capital has had to be really precisely timed. I mean, just this year we've been from a 4.8% yield on the 10-year to bottoming at 3.99. Depending on where you were in and when you were in the queue, it could either scuttle or even postpone some of your debt and equity issuance on that front. So it's been times where we've also seen development starts year to date have also slowed on the REIT side and commercial real estate as a whole. And obviously that relates to the tariffs and the threat of cost overruns and whatnot being a little bit more difficult to forecast. And so it's kind of taking a wait-and-see approach to the market a little bit.
So in the commercial real estate space, how's the deal flow been? It just doesn't seem like I'm reading a lot about deals getting done. Yeah, it's a great point. There's if you roll back the clock, we actually came into this year at very healthy levels. That was when the agenda on the Trump administration was going to be very pro-growth. People were a little bit more gung-ho and more optimistic about our economic outlook. And then as we roll through early April and what's occurred since, there's definitely been some trepidation coming through. And so we've seen things like property transactions by count, so property transaction count and portfolio acquisitions, larger M&A deals, certainly get postponed or in some cases possibly even pulled back as a result of just not having that same amount of confidence on where the economy is heading.
What areas in the market can kind of weather this storm, right? Like we obviously have the data center build out, but even that has been trimming around the edges, right? And sort of changing the type of investments that's going into AI and data centers as well.
Yeah, so you're speaking more broadly to just areas where you could...
Well, typically, like the bull case for REITs was data centers, right? But then now it does feel like that narrative is not changing, but shifting a little bit and trimming. Like maybe we're going to go more to the inference stage. So you need to build different types of centers in different areas versus the huge behemoth data centers.
Yeah, no, that's definitely fair. You're speaking to the transition from training in data centers, often far-flung where power and land was widely available, to now bringing it more to the inference phase of the data center build-out, which has to be closer to population density. So what we see here is that making its way into Main Street America, where we start seeing Microsoft Copilot being integrated into your workflows, and that has to have a lower latency. So we're in the crux of kind of that transition. We've seen over the last few quarters more and more discussion around inferencing truly taking place in the data center REITs, so those would be digital.
Microsoft lager nye highs her, og Nvidia lager nye highs her. Apple over 2%
Those
også.
would be two platforms that are starting
Tesla
to
faller
where
noe.
they have,
Broadcom er nede
greater amount of
0,79.
network dense,
Den tror jeg er feil.
colocation
Den
and
ble aldri oppdatert riktig.
facilities where that latency does matter, and you start to see that AI inferencing take place.
Broadcom er opp 2%
That's a new
faktisk.
phenomenon,
Det
over the
henger
last
seg
few
alltid Broadcom, altså.
So as Michael McKee walks into the studio, I naturally think of senior housing. Talk to us, Patrick.
Wow. Wow. That was hard.
That's got to be a long-term bullish story in your space.
Yes, it is. At Center Square, we really do have a very optimistic view and outlook for the senior housing space. So we in the demographics, not just in the U.S., but across the globe, there is the concept of the baby boom generation moving through a bit of a pig in the python, if you will, as we move through that age cohort, and they're sitting on a profound amount of equity capital in their homes, so the capacity to pay is very, very high. And demographically speaking, and this kind of speaks to that secular demand that we're targeting at Center Square right now to kind of buffer any economic weakness, what we see is a bigger population that we've seen over the last really 20 years has been hovering at 1.5%. And starting about next year, that CAGR will increase to 4.5% of that 80-plus population. And we don't see, again, real estate being a very supply and demand-driven industry, we don't see really any supply on the horizon that will satiate that uptick in demand. So combining the capacity to pay along with the really, really favorable demographic-led demand coming through, we see that to be very, very favorable for senior housing going forward.
All right, really great. Really appreciate it. Come back. We'd love to get a continued update from you. Patrick Wilson joining us on the REIT market and where there is still value. Patrick Wilson, portfolio manager of Center Square Investment. Just for the record, Michael McKee isn't 80. I'm just putting that out there. I got your back, Mike. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, joins us now. So you were talking to Thomas Barkin earlier today. Did we learn anything?
Nothing in particular, in the sense that they're all saying the same thing, that they're watching the economy, and the economy has yet to really give us a major response in terms of data to the Trump tariffs, because only a few of them are on, and he keeps going back and forth about what he's going to do. All of the Fed people, including Tom Barkin, are saying, and this is what Tom said today, is that they are relying on a lot of conversations with companies. And the companies they're talking to are saying ongoing capital spending projects are ongoing, but anything new is on hold at the moment, as are plans for either hiring or firing, and in many cases for prices, because they just don't know which way they're going to go. So there's a great deal of sort of Trump-induced ennui in the corporate headquarters these days, and so the Fed can't do much about that.
And that's that same argument, i.e., new capital spending frozen, not hiring. That's the exact same policy they have at Duke University that they announced a month or so ago. So it's academia, it's corporate world. There's just a lot of uncertainty out there. That's probably the word we hear the most. Given all that, do we put any credence into this consumer confidence number that came in better than expected, better than last month? Is it just making up for last month, which was so shockingly negative because of the tariffs?
Well, it is an outlier. It's not just higher, but it's significantly higher than it was. And that kind of thing always is a sort of red flag. I think the way to look at it is to look at what the conference board said in their press release, that about half the responses came in after the president made his announcement that he was delaying the China tariffs for 90 days. And that as those announcements came in, the responses turned a lot more positive.
Okay.
So that may be the impact. We also saw some big increases in a couple of states, in Illinois in particular, huge increases in confidence that are hard to explain. But we also saw in the conference board's numbers that fewer people think jobs are going to be available, and more people think jobs are hard to get. And usually the conference board numbers reflect those jobs numbers pretty much. So in this case, there's something else going on, and it's probably this idea that things were going to be terrible, but maybe the president put it off. Now, a lot's happened since then, obviously.
Right. And worrying about your job is different than worrying about buying a product and being worried about tariffs. Like, they're different things, even if it's in the same zeitgeist. Also, one can make the argument that this is backward looking, right? So what's going to be the forward looking data that will really give us insight on the consumer?
Well, we're going to watch consumer spending. It's backward data, as is durable goods, capital goods orders that we got today for business spending. We don't have contemporaneous numbers for any of those things, but we do have the drop in business spending on capital goods, and we have a forecast not particularly big increase in personal spending, just a 0.2%. That would be down from last month's 0.7. So if that's the case, then it all kind of fits the same narrative. People are holding back both in business and consumers while they wait to see what happens. And the one caution I would give everybody is don't bother to look at Fed funds futures, because they don't mean anything at the moment.
Well, they mean where the market is thinking that moment, but it could change in 2 seconds.
Moment. Yeah, if you're trading on the basis of minute-to-minute changes, if you're trading on the change rather than what it's telling you about it. But right now, nobody has an idea, let alone the Fed, of when they're going to be able to make a decision on anything.
Yeah, well, the stock market feels fine, up 1.6% on the S&P here, the NASDAQ up 2%. So there you go, the stock market's okay. But the dollar, is stubbornly how low the dollar is.
We talked about that this morning on Surveillance, noting the volatility you see when you chart the S&P or even the 10-year yield, something like that. You get lots of up and down.
Yep.
And the dollar just keeps going down.
Yeah,
keeps going down. Michael McKee, thank you so much. International economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg News, joining us here in our studio. Again, Bloomberg Dollar Index up about 0.4% today, but still down almost 8% from its recent high earlier this year. So stocks have bounced back, but not so much the dollar. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Nå har vi faktisk stått stille i nesten 3 timer. Han kommer snart, Prepina.
Jeg skal ikke prate i hele tatt i dag.
Han gjør det når det faller. Hvis det faller etterpå, så prater han. Da kommer Bessent med breaking news. Hver dag markedet har begynt å blitt nervøst, så har han gått og betrygget markedet. Hver eneste dag.
Ja, nei, men det er ikke noe som er planlagt.
Nei, ingen av hans sånne appearances er planlagt nesten. De kommer på sparket. Besant, når du falt 500 poeng på torsdag, når det ramlet som faen, så hadde Besant plutselig breaking news på alle nyhetskanaler. Og fortalte at markedet det var ikke noe å være redd for. Altså, det er sånn helt sinnssykt. Så at han skal hente på golfklubben sin dag og kun private møter. Han har pratet selv om det står han ikke skal det, men typisk er at han ikke kommer ned og har til å prate. Er du long her nå, Pepina? Kommer sikkert opp. Nå fy faen å droppe av gull.
Ja, sa jo det.
Ja, vi får se etterpå. Vi får se når Nasdaqen er nede på 21,230. For å se hvor gull er da.
Nasdaq er på 21, ja, 2,30. $100 ned, det. Hit skal vi jo ikke i dag.
Nasdaq, jeg tror vi kommer til å være nede og tøste 21,300 igjen. As we speak, nå tror jeg det kommer fra Trump. Breaking news. Fed pull COVID-vaccine from recommendations for health treatment. Å, fy faen, det er sjukt. De trekker den vaksinen fra at barn skal ta den.
Det er bra, da.
Ja, men fy faen, tenk deg, vi ble tvunget da, til å ta den jævla vaksinen.
Jeg angrer på at jeg tok 2 shot her, for det er sånn.
Ja, du tok 2?
Ja.
Hva slags vaksine var det?
Covid.
Ja. Jeg lemper på med det ennå.
Ja, nå har de trukket fra markedet. Jeg er uvaksinert, jeg også.
Jeg har immunsykdom, så skal du se, jeg slapp jo ikke unna, så har jeg i hvert fall 2 eller 3.
Vaksinen bryter jo ned immunforsvaret.
Så, men nå har jeg levert uføresøknaden i dag, da, så...
Investors have seized on a couple of things in today's risk-on session. The European Union, the U.S., they've signaled a willingness to work toward a trade deal over the next 6 weeks. Also, consumer confidence, as measured by the Conference Board, unexpectedly jumping today. As a result, we have all 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500. They are higher.
Så du tror du fikk noe av vaksinen, Prepina? Jeg fikk beskjed ikke ta vaksinen, for jeg hadde hjerteinfarkt og sånt, som sa at jeg kunne ikke ta den. Fy faen, jeg er glad for det.
Jo, de er i risikosone som ikke skulle ha tatt den.
Meantime, Julie Beal at Kane Anderson Rudnick says it's inevitable that tariff turmoil will push prices higher.
It's a whole lot of energy and noise for nothing, right? For what used to be very smooth, efficient markets. And so my concern is that no matter what, when you create this level of difficulty in logistics, you raise prices, right? It's just the costs have to go up.
Yeah, right now, the S&P 500, 94 points higher. That's up 1.6% at 58.97. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 568 points. That's up 1.4%. The NASDAQ 100, 400 points higher, up 1.9%. The 30-year yield, 8 basis points lower, down to 495. Meantime, Elon Musk says he needs to be super focused on his companies. Musk writing in a post on X on Saturday, he was replying to news of outages on the platform. Users reported problems with X on Friday and Saturday, and he says, as evidenced by the X uptime issues this week, posted that major operational improvements need
Ja, da forsvinner jo levra di etter hvert da.
a more focused Elon Musk.
Hva da?
We check the markets view all day long.
Nei, hvis du knasker e-books, nei, Paracet og e-books.
Flash, Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. The big, beautiful...
Ja, det går bare med e-books. E-books er eneste som funker.
Last Thursday effectively repeals the Inflation Reduction Act's clean energy tax credits for all but a few
Det
projects.
er vel rart.
Bloomberg News,
Ikke noe annet funker.
is calling this bill a big and brutal blow to clean energy. Let's get the latest from Derek Flacco, lead U.S. policy analyst for BNEF in Washington, D.C. Derek, you've had a few days to kind of look at this bill, you and your team. How bad is it for clean energy, broadly defined?
Well, it's pretty bad, to be honest. Depending on which market you're looking at, you might see more or less severe restrictions. If you look at home batteries, home electricity credits, home solar, that gets repealed outright at the end of 2025. And if you look at utility scale stuff, there was already some pretty severe restrictions in an earlier version of this bill introduced by the Ways and Means Committee. Nearly unworkable restrictions on any kind of Chinese-linked intellectual property or supplies, as well as earlier phase-outs and a variety of other complicated barriers to usage. Now, this final version of the bill that the House has put out has made that even more restrictive, in part by saying that only projects that begin construction within 60 days after the bill's final signature by the president would be able to qualify at all. So that would really restrict it to a handful of things already in the pipeline.
What it did seem to do, though, is give a lot of leeway, well, maybe a lot's too strong a word, but leeway to commercial solar, for example, but not residential solar. How does that...
Well, the amount of leeway is a little bit relative, and I would say, firstly, the political logic is essentially around sort of the culture war element. The idea is if you're putting solar panels on your roof and deducting that from your taxes, you're probably higher income, you're an elite, so to speak. And so there's probably a desire to reduce that element. In terms of the sort of regional power installations, that's really good for Republican districts. A lot of them have relatively cheap land. It's a pretty big source of tax revenue and potentially construction jobs.
Nå går Microsoft videre opp her. Det kan dra opp litt mer her nå.
But in practice,
Trump snakka.
regulations on these credits
Ja,
make them unusable for all but a few projects. This is an attempt to balance between about 12 to 20 Republicans who really wanted to keep those credits alive and practical to use, and a faction that really wanted to cut spending by any means necessary. We saw the IRA credits is a great place to go for that. So in practice, it looks a little bit less restrictive, but the sheer web of complications and limitations means that a very, very small number of utility scale projects would actually get that.
Derek Tomkin is famous for saying that companies adapt. Corporations adapt, industries adapt, people adapt. Can the clean energy industry, again, broadly defined, can it adapt and deal and grow and then make the investments in this environment?
I think that's going to be a very big challenge. Certainly there have been opportunities to try and find alternatives to Chinese intellectual property and suppliers from Korea and Japan. There's progress on building factories out in the US, but the level of uncertainty surrounding this bill is pretty high. Even if it gets finalized in something like its current form, you might need to wait for up to 2 years to see final regulations on some of these foreign entity restrictions, and that's pretty chilling to investment. Ultimately, we do see our sort of model for if the credits were fully repealed beginning at the end of 2025, still found that about 83% of renewable projects at the utility scale would still get built, at least across solar, wind, and storage. But that was a pre...
But doesn't realize if it weren't for me, lots of really bad things would have already happened to Russia, and then, I mean, really bad, he's playing with fire.
A lot of challenges adapting to this. There's certainly markets where there's still regulatory pushes for renewables. There's still the fastest thing to install or the cheapest, but ultimately the level of adaptation is going to be fairly challenging and fairly limited given some of the severity of these subsidy-based restrictions.
Which is just so striking too, because this affects sort of the supply part and the demand part. Like, it hits on both angles. I was talking to the former CEO of Sunnova, which had had its own problems, including not being able to pay debt, looking at bankruptcy, etc., before any of this happened. And I asked him, I was like, can these solar companies stay in business or are they going to go bankrupt? And he's like, bankrupt. Like, there's no way that they can survive. Is that what we're going to be looking for?
I think we're going to be looking at a few different things. First of all, a lot of sort of Chinese assets have joined investments.
For meg så er dette sånn helt absurd at du snakker om krig i Europa, og europabørsene bryr seg ikke om det. Det er helt sykt. Det er helt absurd.
It's fairly insulated from some of these restrictions, but at the same time, like, you're going to see in a wave of consolidation that does mean you see some losers and some people falling out of the market.
and particularly segments that are tied to more price-sensitive sectors, wind, residential solar, you might see a bigger hit to those areas as well.
Derek, I know you were at the BNEF summit in Munich. What's the view from Europe as to what's happening to the, the green energy initiative in the U.S.?
Everybody was a little bit curious about where that's going to stand, what's going to be permanent. Europe is thinking, is this maybe our moment to have more investment here because we have a bit more consistent policy through the carbon price. But it's also challenges. There's been a big focus on to defense and energy security rather than the energy transition per se. Sometimes those go together, say by creating local battery storage, reducing reliance on gas. At the same time, you see a lot of economic pressure to continue to gas through a mix of
retail går og shorter.
Imported gas from elsewhere. As for investments in the U.S. that a lot of manufacturers have made when the economic incentives of the IRA seem much more stable, they're certainly questioning what will remain. At the end of the day, as I said, you're going to see shifts in ownership, you're going to see consolidation, and depending on the fiscal picture in Europe and the degree that you can fit the energy transition into that energy security framework, you could see a bit of a shift over there.
That's right, that's right. Sort of how we're seeing with nuclear, for example, like if you can make that argument. It's going to be tough. All right, Derek, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it.
Microsoft.
Really something, obviously, that I'm following really closely and has implications for like entire sectors at the end of the day. Derek Flackel, Bloomberg NEF lead U.S. policy analyst, taking a look at that House bill on the blow to clean energy. Now, of course, the question turns to the Senate.
Yep.
Will it be as disastrous because a lot of the credits are being taken from in red states or even purple states, so you don't want to hurt your own state too much, but nonetheless, like the writing most definitely on the wall. And then you add EVs into the mix.
Yep. It was just, solar, I mean, from a cost perspective, some of those alternative sources of energy we're starting to get more cost efficient, more cost effective relative to some fossil fuels that you felt like they were just about ready to turn a corner maybe.
So on just putting shovels in the ground, they're cheaper, but because they're intermittent, if you factor all the pricing in, they may not be, but that's why it's an all of above strategy. If you need some power right now, solar could be your bet. All right, more coming up. We'll talk about Trump versus Harvard. This is Bloomberg.
Gull retter seg bra på da, men totalmarkedet jo helt, skjer jo ingenting her. Ser ut som Nasdaq skal pushe videre opp her da.
Send it up.
Hvor mange som har gått long nå der, eller short?
Nei, nå det 52% short. Det var flere var long tidligere da.
Det var 51 som var short I stad.
Hæ?
Jeg skal sjekke nå. Det var...
Ja, det var 51 eller sånt som var short. Nei, som var long I stad.
Ja.
Så jeg gikk long her når det droppet nå.
Du longa nå?
Ja, I stad her, ja. Rett før breakouten har jeg en, og så har jeg en litt lenger ned. Altså 3.35, 3.23 og 3.30. Jeg har ikke sikkert at den villig til å pushe så jævlig mye opp, men... Jeg burde klare å treffe den 3.65. Det over 30 poeng unna, så.
Ikke mye. De andre dagene har det falt på ganske bra med volum, men I dag så har det ikke vært noe volum, noen veier egentlig.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney and Alex
Jeg
Steele
kjøpte Style, men jeg
on
var alt
Bloomberg
for tidlig
Radio.
ute.
All right, happy Tuesday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. Check us out, bloomberg.com,
Jeg
on
tok gevinsten
YouTube,
når vi
as
endte
well
på
as anywhere you get your
21 300.
podcast, as well as originals. You can get that on Roku and all your smart TVs. All right, one of the
Jeg tok gevinsten på 21 300 i stad.
you can
Jeg
really
solgte
sink your
den
teeth
for
into the
tidlig.
ongoing drama of this is President
sånn.
Trump's administration's attack on Harvard. The latest is that the administration's moving to cancel all remaining federal contracts with Harvard University worth an estimated $100 million. The latest in this battle with this university. Janet Lauren is Bloomberg higher education finance reporter and joins us now. What's the end goal? Do you think, as Harvard kind of understands this from the Trump administration?
That's a really good question, because it seems like several times a week we're seeing a new financial tool being hammered down on Harvard. The Trump administration has a lot of issues.
Sånn treffer den. Treffer den oppe, så har jeg vel ja, det er 5% nå på de siste 4
Harvard
dagene.
is the richest and the oldest university
Det
in
må være
America,
innenfor.
so it has a particular status. But the administration has outlined several things. In
Litt over
addition to
familien.
them not doing enough about anti-Semitism, you say they're discriminatory in hiring and admissions. And what does that mean? It's related to diversity and DEI, that they're potentially not picking the best candidates and other candidates are being excluded. He has a problem with the ideological bias, as he said, which is very left-leaning at Harvard, and they should promote more viewpoints than just one. And Harvard has said they don't disagree with him on some of these points, but they don't agree with the way Trump is trying to implement this with, huge financial penalties. And people say, well, Harvard's a private university. Why does the U.S. government have a say in this? And the U.S. government gives universities like Harvard, billions of dollars in grants.
Jeg trenger ikke noen ordentlig push for å klare å
But the federal government also
komme seg
allows
opp.
student visas.
Jeg har
They
ennå ikke
allow,
fått noe sånn ordentlig push opp. Altså.
international students to come to study at universities.
Well, not necessarily now. Politico is just reporting, Paul, that U.S. orders halt student visa interviews. So there is that.
Okay.
So student visas are regulated, through the U.S. government, and Harvard has almost 7,000 international students. If you look at the international community in total, it's more like 10,000 people, which doesn't, the lower number doesn't include people who are here for fellowships or doing research and their families. And international students typically pay the full price. So there's more than 1 million of them in the U.S., and it's really propped up a lot of universities, including Harvard.
What's the legal path that Harvard has taken here?
So Harvard sued immediately, and there was a temporary restraining order. There's a hearing coming up this week. But procedurally, that we'll see what happens. But if you're an international student and you're thinking, well, it's been my dream to come to Harvard. Should I go? I'm going to do a program for 2 years or an undergrad for 4 years, but maybe I'm not going to complete it. It's introducing a huge amount of uncertainty in this calculation for students.
And what's happening on the ground, I can tell from my time at Duke, kids are choosing not to come to the U.S.
Right.
And study elsewhere. And some of the best and brightest going to other places. And what do those students do after they get the degrees? They tend to stay there.
Right. Right, because why would you run the risk of going there for a year and all of a sudden being asked to leave? Why not go Oxford is just nice. Go ahead.
Yep.
Why not?
Exactly.
Okay, so what happens? Like what, Harvard's going through the courts, but that's going to take forever.
Right. No, you think about COVID when there was a huge amount of uncertainty. People had the option of taking a gap year, and the colleges were very accommodating in that. There's less, at some point the pandemic was going to end and real life would return on campus. But no, it could have a large impact for universities and their bottom lines if they decide to go elsewhere.
So again, I'm guessing every other university in the country is just kind of keeping their head down, hoping they don't get into the sights
right.
of President Trump. Is there a sense that this is going to have a real chilling effect on just higher education in general, in terms of investment, in terms of recruiting the best and brightest students and faculty and all that kind of?
Well, there are a couple things going on within higher education. As Paul, you know, the cost of it is is something that I don't think any American is going to disagree with. It's very high.
Yeah.
You know, there's a whole system of discounting, but you know, if you look at some of the richest colleges, you know, more than half actually pay the full price. Why is a year at, say, Harvard Law School $120,000? Why do students take 6 years to graduate from college? There's a lot of issues within higher education that should be addressed, and I think the American public would like to see some of those things answered. But the system is, you know, there's a lot of federal money in this system.
Yep.
So in some ways, the federal government certainly has a right to ask a lot of questions.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Interesting. It's a tough times for higher
Oh my
education
gosh,
these
yeah.
days. And they already had some of the fact that there are fewer candidates, fewer, you know.
Because of pure demographics.
Yeah.
Fewer demographics, yep.
And yeah, there was one area where you didn't think would be affected by elections, like you might
Yeah.
have thought education. But anyway, all right, Janet, thanks a lot. Janet Lauren, Bloomberg Higher Education Finance reporter on the latest President Trump versus Harvard University, very much and sort of as we walk through that issue between the two of them. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM, channel 121 is presented by Ship Station. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now as we're looking at stocks continuing to jump higher on that consumer confidence data. This is Bloomberg. Happy Tuesday, everybody.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. The CDC has just stopped recommending routine COVID-19 vaccinations for pregnant women and healthy children. Health Secretary Kennedy broke the news in a video on his X account.
The COVID vaccine for healthy children and healthy pregnant women has been removed from the CDC recommended immunization schedule.
Pregnant women and children with underlying conditions are considered at higher risk for severe illness from COVID. There's a new step by the Trump administration to end financial links with Harvard University. CBS's Stacey Lynn.
CBS News has obtained a copy of a letter from an administration official that's going out to all agencies, directing them to review outstanding contracts and terminate those they determine are not critical or in line with administration policies. There are 9 agencies who have about 30 outstanding contracts with Harvard, totaling around $100 million.
And there's news about the administration's bid to end federal funding for National Public Radio.
The lawsuit by NPR, Colorado Public Radio, Aspen Public Radio, and Colorado-based KUTE Inc. argues that the executive order to cut their federal funding is illegal and violates the First Amendment. The suit says the order is textbook retaliation and viewpoint-based discrimination. The president's executive order says the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and other federal agencies must cease federal funding for NPR and PBS. Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
Overseas, new information in Liverpool, England, after a van that rammed soccer fans yesterday.
Police in Liverpool say the driver had penetrated the parade route after a police roadblock was temporarily lifted to allow an ambulance through. And that led to this.
Oh, my God!
Police were quick to rule out terrorism and now say this.
We have arrested a 53-year-old man from West Derby on suspicion of attempted murder, dangerous driving offences, and driving whilst unfit through drugs.
He's in custody. 11 of the 50 people injured yesterday remain hospitalized. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
A private report indicates consumer confidence rebounded this month after 5 straight months of declines. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
We were expecting a number around 86. We got 98. What that basically means is anything above 100 is positive. Okay. So we're still negative, but it's much better than people felt.
President Trump's social media company says today it plans to raise about $2.5 billion with an eye to creating a Bitcoin treasury. Checking Wall Street, right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up more than 600 points. The S&P is up 100. This is CBS News.
Hva var det her, da? Nå er det et porselen ut.
Fans had their say last night at the American Music Awards on CBS.
The American Music Award goes to Billie Eilish.
Eilish cleaned up, winning all 7 prizes she was nominated for. She's touring in Europe and accepted via video.
Artist of the Year. This is so crazy.
Beyoncé finally won for Best Country Album. Rod Stewart got the audience moving as he picked up the Lifetime Achievement Award. Most talked about moment. Host Jennifer Lopez locking lips with 2 of her backup dancers, a man and a woman. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Video showed France's First Lady pushing her husband away with both hands on his face just before they got off their presidential plane to start a tour of Southeast Asia. President Macron said they were just joking around. One French paper headlined it, "Slap or Squabble." I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Wall Street still following the whims of the president. Welcome to the Tuesday Feels Like a Monday edition of Balance of Power, as stocks rally on President Trump's decision to delay 50% tariffs on the EU just a trading day after he threatened them. We're going to be joined ahead with the latest on this by Bloomberg White House editor Jordan Fabian. President Trump, meantime, speaking to graduates at West Point over the weekend in what became a campaign-style rally speech. We're going to be joined ahead by pollster Frank Luntz, who was there for the proceedings and will join us with the rhetoric coming out of this White House with analysis today from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist Rick Davis, joined by Democratic strategist Jim Kessler at Third Way. And away they go on a Tuesday. Let's start with those markets we just mentioned. Charlie Pellet has the latest on Wall Street in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew. Away they go indeed. Best level of the day right now on the Dow Industrials, up 641 points. That is a gain of 1.5%.
Is that ours?
We've got the S&P 500 index up 103, up now by about 1.8%. NASDAQ is now surging 408 points, up 2.2%. And the Bloomberg Mag 7 index is surging 2.7%. All 7 members higher today. Your 10-year at 4.43%, with the 2-year 3.97%. Gold down $50 the ounce, $32.93, drop there of 1.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.4%, $60.62 a barrel. And Bitcoin just above $110,000, up 0.5%. Bottom line here, stocks kicking off the week with big gains on renewed optimism about the economic trajectory after consumer confidence rebounded and the U.S. and the EU sped up trade negotiations. Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond President Tom Barkin says elevated uncertainty has led to businesses to freeze hiring and hold off on future investment decisions. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Radio.
Nothing's really changed in the economic environment. You just have policy uncertainty, and I think people are just going to wait policy uncertainty out. They do think there's a light at the end of the tunnel, that there will be some certainty, whether it's the tax bill or some of the trade terms, but I think they're just waiting it out.
Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond President Tom Barkin interviewed on Bloomberg Radio. Headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service: New York has won a bid to stop the U.S. from withholding funds over congestion. That story breaking right now. A topic we'll have more for you coming up on Balance of Power later today. But again, the headline right now: New York has won a bid to stop the U.S. from withholding funds over congestion. Salesforce is acquiring Informatica for about $8 billion. Salesforce shares up 1.1%. Informatica up 5.8%. And U.S. Steel shares
svag lyd på Stig.
reported that the Nippon deal is probably going to close, quote,
Jeg har ikke sagt, men det hørtes veldig godt.
Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 103, up 1.8%. Balance
Oh.
of power continues. Back we go for the Tuesday edition. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
I had to check, Charlie. It does kind of feel like Monday. Great to see Charlie Pellet every day here on Balance of Power. We'll get back to Charlie with the Tuesday trade a bit later on this hour with, the big breaker on the terminal. Didn't think we'd be talking about congestion pricing today. And technically, well, I guess we're not, but the funding surrounding it as New York wins the temporary freeze on potential moves by the administration, which we say so often here, to withhold federal approvals or funds when it comes to state transportation projects and so forth. Apparently, there will not be a punitive measure here for the state of New York. We'll let you know as we learn more. Coming off quite a weekend, a long weekend, I hope for you, Memorial Day. I hope it was meaningful for you with the president out and about. No public events today, nothing on the schedule. It was, I guess, an exhausting weekend. And well, the headlines were kind of exhausting here. As we walk through yet another threat of tariffs, and this is where we left off on Friday. It's going to take me the next 2 hours to unpack what happened over the 3 days.
Fem minutter short, eller? Ja, litt hårete er jeg. Skal du si det. Jeg har jo brudd på nøkkelen, men jeg skal se, jeg har bare 2 touch på nedrenningen. Ja, så godt som 3. Da. Ja, vi kan ta ut et kursmål på den, og da havner vi på 4,95, så bare hånda. Det er jævlig kort diagonal. Du får liksom ikke noe annet chart heller. Jeg kan jo merke den oppå sånn. Det er sant. Ja, men bruddet på diagonalen er jo helt ned til høyre her. Den havner nok der igjen. Kanskje. Skivebom. Ja, det er alt for Mjøvik. Ja, det var bare et tikk. Ja, det må vi snakke med noen andre om. Du har lungen i gullet ennå, du? Ja. Var ikke det? Gjør det. Ja, men det fikk jeg med meg. Ja, men han kommer når det her ned herifra igjen også. Det er ikke verst. Ja, hund i hund. vel på 3300. Ish.
Nei, det er ikke mye som skjer i dag, egentlig, Tom. Ikke egentlig. Det blir jævlig fint hvis jeg har fått et første startverdier på Trondheim gull. Det er.
Ja, det har skjedd før det. Det har skjedd før i dag.
Men natta har fortsatt ikke fått den pulsen oppover. Mens bugg kommer ned. Det er vel det som er med at de ligger her så dårlig. Det er bare det. Bare for å støle. Morgen etterpå, der. Kroner i dag. Ja, det er nydelig, det. Ja, det er så vidt nok den i dag. Det blir som business om et par dager. Litt spennende å se hvor den testen. Jeg hadde ikke håpet at natta skulle bli børs på lignende. Da er jeg gjort 90% av dagsordenen i hvert fall. Ja, det kan du. Takk for det. Ja, det er bra det. Ja, jeg er sulten. Ikke litt lov til å bli full. Nei. Det er norsk lov, det.
Når begynte du å drikke da, Sig?
I går.
I går, ja.
Nei, fredag var det. Lørdag.
Fredag? Ok, du har ikke drukket lenger? Nei, ok.
Nei, det er blunk. Det er blunk, og jeg dunker inn i meg.
Ja, ikke sant.
Da vi er da, ja, da har du nettopp kommet med.
sett i telefonen. Men når du trener litt gull, et par long der, og så 4 long på, i hvert fall 4 long på Nasdaqen. Ja, vet du, det tror jeg kanskje han er. Men det vet de som har han på kontoen. Nei, men kanskje en til sammen. Nei, ikke sånn. Nei, ikke sånn. Ja. Skal se om jeg får sette opp et chart bare her, Peder. Ja. Matematisk så skal jo alt gå opp. prater trumperen sikkert.